June 25th, 1745. My dear friend, I know of no medicine fit to diminish the violent natural inclinations you mentioned, and if I did, I think I should not communicate it to you. Marriage is the proper remedy. It is the most natural state of man, and therefore the state in which you are most likely to find solid happiness. Your reasons against entering into it at present appear to me not well founded. The circumstantial advantages you have in view by postponing it are not only uncertain, but they are small in comparison with that of the thing itself, the being married and settled. It is the man and woman united that make the complete human being. Separate, she wants his force of body and strength of reason, he her softness, sensibility, and acute discernment. Together they are more likely to succeed in the world. A single man has not nearly the value he would have in that state of union. He is an incomplete animal. He resembles the odd half of a pair of scissors. If you get a prudent, healthy wife, your industry in your profession, with her good economy, will be a fortune sufficient. But if you will not take this counsel, and persist in thinking a commerce with the sex inevitable, then I repeat my former advice, that in all your amours you should prefer old women to young ones. You call this a paradox, and demand my reasons. They are these. 1. Because, as they have more knowledge of the world, and their minds are better stored with observations, their conversation is more improving and more lastingly agreeable. 2. Because when women cease to be handsome, they study to be good. To maintain their influence over men, they supply the diminution of beauty by augmentation of utility. They learn to do 1,000 services, small and great, and are the most tender and useful of all friends when you are sick. Thus they continue amiable. And hence there is hardly such a thing to be found as an old woman who is not a good woman. 3. Because there is no hazard of children, which irregularly produced may be attended with much inconvenience. 4. Because through more experience they are more prudent and discreet in conducting an intrigue to prevent suspicion. The commerce with them is therefore safer with regard to your reputation, and with regard to theirs. If the affair should happen to be known, considerate people might be rather inclined to excuse an old woman who would kindly take care of a young man, form his manners by her good counsels, and prevent his ruining his health and fortune among mercenary prostitutes. 5. Because in every animal that walks upright, the deficiency of the fluids that fill the muscles appears first in the highest part. The face first grows lack and wrinkled, then the neck, then the breast and arms, the lower parts continuing to the last as plump as ever. So that covering all above with a basket, and regarding only what is below the girdle, it is impossible of two women to know an old from a young one. And as in the dark all cats are gray, the pleasure of corporal enjoyment with an old woman is at least equal, and frequently superior, every knack being by practice capable of improvement. 6. Because the sin is less. The debauching a virgin may be her ruin, and make her for life unhappy. 7. Because the compunction is less. The having made a young girl miserable may give you frequent bitter reflections, none of which can attend the making of an old woman happy. Eighthly and lastly, they are so grateful. Thus much for my paradox. But still I advise you to marry directly, being sincerely your affectionate friend, Benjamin Franklin. End of Advice to a Young Man on the Choice of a Mistress by Benjamin Franklin. Read by Rick Rodstrom. Yeah.
The Black Woman of the South, Her Neglects and Her Needs. Addressed before the Freedmen's Aid Society, Methodist Episcopal Church, Ocean Grove, New Jersey, August 15, 1883, by Alexander Crummell, Doctor of Divinity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Black Woman of the South, Her Neglects and Her Needs, by Alexander Crummell. Alexander Crummell, Doctor of Divinity, an eminent Negro Episcopal clergyman, a graduate of Oxford University, England, professor in a Liberian college, rector of St. Luke's in Washington, and founder of the Negro Academy. It is an age clamorous everywhere for the dignities, the grand prerogatives, and the glory of woman. There is not a country in Europe where she has not risen somewhat above the degradation of centuries, and pleaded successfully for a new position and a higher vocation. As the result of this new reformation we see her, in our day, seated in the lecture rooms of ancient universities, rivaling her brothers in the fields of literature, the grand creators of ethereal art, the participants in noble civil franchises, the moving spirit in grand reformations, and the guide, agent, or assistant in all the noblest movements for the civilization and regeneration of man. In these several lines of progress, the American woman has run on in advance of her sisters in every other quarter of the globe. The advantage she has received, the rights and prerogatives she has secured for herself, are unequaled by any other class of women in the world. It will not be thought amiss, then, that I come here today to present to your consideration the one grand exception to this general superiority of women, viz., the black woman of the South. The rural or plantation population of the South was made up almost entirely of people of pure Negro blood. And this brings out also the other disastrous fact, namely that this large black population has been living from the time of their introduction into America, a period of more than 200 years, in a state of unlettered rudeness. The Negro all this time has been an intellectual starveling. This has been more especially the condition of the black woman of the South. Now and then a black man has risen above the debased condition of his people. Various causes would contribute to the advantage of the men: the relation of servants to superior masters, attendance at courts with them, their presence at political meetings, listening to table talk behind their chairs, traveling as valets, the privilege of books and reading in great houses, and with indulgent masters. All these serve to lift up a black man, here and there, to something like superiority, but no such fortune fell to the lot of the plantation woman. The black woman of the South was left perpetually in a state of hereditary darkness and rudeness. In her girlhood all the delicate tenderness of her sex was rudely outraged. In the field, in the rude cabin, in the press room, in the factory, she was thrown into the companionship of coarse and ignorant men. No chance was given for her delicate reserve or tender modesty. From her girlhood she was the doomed victim of the grossest passions. All the virtues of her sex were utterly ignored. If the instinct of chastity asserted itself, then she had to fight like a tigress for the ownership and possession of her own person, and ofttimes had to suffer pains and lacerations for her virtuous self-assertion. When she reached maturity all the tender instincts of her womanhood were ruthlessly violated. At the age of marriage, always prematurely anticipated under slavery, she was mated, as the stock of the plantation were mated, not to be the companion of a loved and chosen husband, but to be the breeder of human cattle for the field or the auction block. With that mate she went out morning after morning to toil as a common field hand. As it was his, so likewise was it her lot to wield the heavy hoe, or to follow the plough, or to gather in the crops. She was a hewer of wood and a drawer of water. She was a common field hand. She had to keep her place in the gang from morn till eve, under the burden of a heavy task, or under the stimulus or the fear of a cruel lash. She was a picker of cotton. She labored at the sugar mill and in the tobacco factory. When, through weariness or sickness, she has fallen behind her allotted task, there came as punishment the fearful stripes upon her shrinking, lacerated flesh. Her home life was of the most degrading nature. She lived in the rudest huts, and partook of the coarsest food, and dressed in the scantiest garb, and slept in multitudinous cabins upon the hardest boards. Thus she continued a beast of burden down to the period of those maternal anxieties which, in ordinary civilized life, give repose, quiet, and care to expectant mothers. But under the slave system few such relaxations were allowed. And so it came to pass that little children were ushered into this world under conditions which many cattle raisers would not suffer for their flocks or herds. Thus she became the mother of children. But even then there was for her no suretyship of motherhood, or training, or control. Her own offspring were not her own. She and husband and children were all the property of others. All these sacred ties were constantly snapped and cruelly sundered. This year she had one husband, and next year, through some auction sale, she might be separated from him and mated to another. There was no sanctity of family, no binding tie of marriage, none of the fine felicities and the endearing affections of home. None of these things was the lot of Southern black women. Instead thereof, a gross barbarism which tended to blunt the tender sensibilities, to obliterate feminine delicacy and womanly shame, came down as her heritage from generation to generation. And it seems a miracle of Providence and grace that, notwithstanding these terrible circumstances, so much struggling virtue lingered amid these rude cabins, that so much womanly worth and sweetness abided in their bosoms, as slaveholders themselves have borne witness to. But some of you will ask, why bring up these sad memories of the past? Why distress us with these dead and departed cruelties? Alas, my friend, these are not dead things. Remember that the evil that men do lives after them. The evil of gross and monstrous abominations, the evil of great organic institutions, crop out long after the departure of the institutions themselves. If you go to Europe you will find not only the roots, but likewise many of the deadly fruits of the old feudal system still surviving in several of its old states and kingdoms. So, too, with slavery. The 18 years of freedom have not obliterated all its deadly marks from either the souls or bodies of the black woman. The conditions of life, indeed, have been modified since emancipation, but it still maintains that the black woman is the pariah woman of this land. We have, indeed, degraded women, immigrants from foreign lands. In their own countries some of them were so low in the social scale that they were yoked with the cattle to plough the fields. They were rude, unlettered, coarse, and benighted. But when they reach this land there comes an end of their degraded condition. They touch our country and their shackles fall. As soon as they become grafted into the stock of American life, they partake at once of all its large gifts and its noble resources. Not so with the black woman of the South. Freed, legally, she has been, but the act of emancipation had no talismanic influence to reach to and alter and transform her degrading social life. When that proclamation was issued, she might have heard the whispered words in her every hut, "Open Sesame." But so far as her humble domicile and her degraded person were concerned, there was no invisible but gracious genie who, on the instant, could transmute the rudeness of her hut into instant elegance, and change the crude surroundings of her home into neatness, taste, and beauty. The truth is, Emancipation Day found her a prostrate and degraded being. And although it has brought numerous advantages to her sons, it has produced but the simplest changes in her social and domestic condition. She is still the crude, rude, ignorant mother. Remote from cities, the dweller still in the old plantation hut, neighboring to the sulky, disaffected master class, who still think her freedom was a personal robbery of themselves, none of the fair humanities have visited her humble home. The light of knowledge has not fallen upon her eyes. The fine domesticities which give the charm to family life, and which by the refinement and delicacy of womanhood preserve the civilization of nations, have not come to her. She still has the rude, coarse labor of men. With her rude husband she still shares the hard service of a field hand. Her house, which shelters, perhaps, some 6 or 8 children, embraces but 2 rooms. Her furniture is of the rudest kind. The clothing of the household is scant and of the coarsest material, has ofttimes the garniture of rags, and for herself and offspring is marked, not seldom, by the absence of both hats and shoes. She has rarely been taught to sew, and the field labor of slavery times has kept her ignorant of the habitudes of neatness and the requirements of order. Indeed, coarse food, coarse clothes, coarse living, coarse manners, coarse companions, coarse surroundings, coarse neighbors, both black and white, yea, everything coarse, down to the coarse, ignorant, senseless religion which excites her sensibilities and starts her passions, go to make up the life of the masses of black women in the hamlets and villages of the rural South. This is the state of black womanhood. Take the girlhood of this same region, and it presents the same aspect, save that in large districts the white man has not forgotten the olden times of slavery, and with indeed the deepest sentimental abhorrence of amalgamation, still thinks that the black girl is to be perpetually the victim of his lust. In the larger towns and in cities our girls in common schools and academies are receiving superior culture. Of the 15,000 colored school teachers in the South, more than half are colored young women, educated since emancipation. But even these girls, as well as their more ignorant sisters in rude huts, are followed and tempted and insulted by the ruffianly element of Southern society, who think that black men have no rights which white men should regard, and black women no virtue which white men should respect. And now look at the vastness of this degradation. If I had been speaking of the population of a city, or a town, or even a village, this tale would be a sad and melancholy one. But I have brought before you the conditions of millions of women. According to the census of 1880, there were in the Southern States 3,327,678 females of all ages of the African race. Of these there were 674,365 girls between 12 and 20, 1,522,696 between 20 and 80. These figures, remarks an observing friend of mine, are startling. And when you think that the masses of these women live in the rural districts, that they grow up in rudeness and ignorance, that their former masters are using few means to break up their hereditary degradation, You can easily take in the pitiful condition of this population, and forecast the inevitable future to multitudes of females unless a mighty special effort is made for the improvement of the black womanhood of the South. I know the practical nature of the American mind. I know how the question of values intrudes itself even into the domain of philanthropy. And hence I shall not be astonished if the query suggests itself whether special interest in the black woman will bring any special advantage to the American nation. Let me dwell for a few moments upon this phase of the subject. Possibly the view I am about suggesting has never before been presented to the American mind, but, Negro as I am, I shall make no apology for venturing the claim that the negress is one of the most interesting of all the classes of women on the globe. I am speaking of her, not as a perverted and degraded creature, but in her natural state, with her native instincts and peculiarities. Let me repeat just here the words of a wise, observing, tender-hearted philanthropist, whose name and worth and words have attained celebrity. It is fully 40 years ago since the celebrated Dr. Channing said, "We are holding in bondage one of the best races of the human family. The Negro is among the mildest, gentlest of men. He is singularly susceptible of improvement from abroad. His nature is affectionate, easily touched, and hence he is more open to religious improvement than the white man. The African carries with him much more than we, the genius of a meek, long-suffering, loving virtue." I should feel ashamed to allow these words to fall from my lips if it were not necessary to the lustration of the character of my black sisters of the South. I do not stand here today to plead for the black man. He is a man, and if he is weak he must go the wall. He is a man. He must fight his own way, and if he is strong in mind and body he can take care of himself. But for the mothers, sisters, and daughters of my race I have a right to speak. And when I think of their sad condition down South, think, too, that since the day of emancipation hardly any one has lifted up a voice in their behalf. I feel it a duty and a privilege to set forth their praises and to extol their excellencies. For, humble and benighted as she is, the black woman of the South is one of the queens of womanhood. If there is any other woman on this earth who in native aboriginal qualities is her superior, I know not where she is to be found. For I do say, that in tenderness of feeling, in genuine native modesty, in large disinterestedness, in sweetness of disposition and deep humility, in unselfish devotedness, and in warm, motherly assiduities, the Negro woman is unsurpassed by any other woman on this earth. The testimony to this effect is almost universal, our enemies themselves being witnesses. You know how widely and how continuously for generations the Negro has been traduced, ridiculed, derided. Some of you may remember the journals and the hostile criticisms of Coleridge and Trollope and Burton, West Indian and African travelers. Very many of you may remember the philosophical disquisitions of the ethnological school of 1847, the contemptuous dissertations of Hunt and Glidden. But it is worthy of notice in all these cases that the sneer, the contempt, the bitter jibe, have been invariably leveled against the black man, never against the black woman. On the contrary, she has almost everywhere been extolled and eulogized. The black man was called a stupid, thick-lipped, flat-nosed, long-heeled, empty-headed animal, the link between the baboon and the human being, only fit to be a slave. But everywhere, even in the domains of slavery, how tenderly has the negress been spoken of. She has been the nurse of childhood. To her all the cares and heart-griefs of youth have been entrusted. Thousands and tens of thousands in the West Indies and in our Southern States have risen up and told the tale of her tenderness, of her gentleness, patience, and affection. No other woman in the world has ever had such tributes to a high moral nature, sweet, gentle love, and unchanged devotedness. And by the memory of my own mother and dearest sisters I can declare it to be true. Hear the tribute of Michelet. The negress of all others is the most loving, the most generating, and this not only because of her youthful blood, but we must also admit for the richness of her heart. She is loved among the loving, good among the good. Ask the travelers whom she has so often saved. Goodness is creative, it is fruitfulness, it is the very benediction of a holy act. The fact that woman is so fruitful I attribute to her treasures of tenderness, to that ocean of goodness which permeates her heart. Africa is a woman, her races are feminine. In many of the black tribes of Central Africa the women rule, and they are as intelligent as they are amiable and kind. The reference in Michelet to the generosity of the African woman to travelers brings to mind the incident in Mungo Park's travels, where the African women fed, nourished, and saved him. The men had driven him away. They would not even allow him to feed with the cattle. And so, faint, weary, and despairing, he went to a remote hut and lay down on the earth to die. One woman, touched with compassion, came to him, brought him food and milk, and at once he revived. Then he tells us of the solace and the assiduities of these gentle creatures for his comfort. I give you his own words. The rites of hospitality thus performed toward a stranger in distress, my worthy benefactress, pointing to the mat and telling me that I might sleep there without apprehension, called to the female part of her family which had stood gazing on me all the while in fixed astonishment, to resume the task of spinning cotton, in which they continued to employ themselves a great part of the night. They lightened their labours by songs, one of which was composed extempore, for I was myself the subject of it. It was sung by one of the young women, the rest joining in a sort of chime. The air was sweet and plaintive, and the words, literally translated, were these: "The winds roared and the rains fell. The poor white man, faint and weary, came and sat under our tree. He has no mother to bring him milk, no wife to grind his corn. Let us pity the white man, no mother has he," etc. Perhaps I may be pardoned the intrusion just here on my own personal experience. During a residence of nigh 20 years in West Africa, I saw the beauty and felt the charm of the native female character. I saw the native woman in her heathen state, and was delighted to see, in numerous tribes, that extraordinary sweetness, gentleness, docility, modesty, and especially those maternal solicitudes which make every African boy both gallant and defender of his mother. I saw her in her civilized state in Sierra Leone, saw precisely the same characteristics, but heightened, dignified, refined and sanctified by the training of the schools, the refinements of civilization, and the graces of Christian sentiment and feeling. Of all the memories of foreign travel there are none more delightful than those of the families and the female friends of Freetown. A French traveler speaks with great admiration of the black ladies of Haiti. "In the towns," he says, "I met all the charms of civilized life. The graces of the ladies of Port-au-Prince will never be effaced from my recollections." It was, without doubt, the instant discernment of these fine and tender qualities which prompted the touching sonnet of Wordsworth, written in 1802, on the occasion of the cruel exile of negroes from France by the French government. "Driven from the soil of France, a female came From Calais with us, brilliant in array, A negro woman like a lady gay, Yet downcast as a woman fearing blame, Meek, destitute, as seemed of hope or aim. She sat, from notice turning not away, But on all proffered intercourse did lay A weight of languid speech. or at the same was silent, motionless in eyes and face. Meanwhile those eyes retained their tropic fire, which, burning independent of the mind, joined with the lustre of her rich attire, to mock the outcast. O ye heavens, be kind, and feel, thou earth, for this afflicted race. But I must remember that I am to speak not only of the neglects of the black woman, but also of her needs. And the consideration of her needs suggests the remedy which should be used for the uplifting of this woman from a state of brutality and degradation. Ladies and gentlemen, since the day of emancipation millions of dollars have been given by the generous Christian people of the North for the intellectual training of the black race in this land. Colleges and universities have been built in the South, and hundreds of youth have been gathered within their walls. The work of your own church in this regard has been magnificent and unrivaled, and the results which have been attained have been grand and elevating to the entire Negro race in America. The complement to all this generous and ennobling effort is the elevation of the black woman. Up to this day and time, your noble philanthropy has touched, for the most part, the male population of the South, given them superiority, and stimulated them to higher aspirations. But a true civilization can only then be attained when the life of woman is reached, her whole being permeated by noble ideas, her fine taste enriched by culture, her tendencies to the beautiful gratified and developed, her singular and delicate nature lifted up to its full capacity. And then when all these qualities are fully matured, cultivated, and sanctified, all their sacred influences shall circle around 10,000 firesides, and the cabins of the humblest freedmen shall become the homes of Christian refinement and of domestic elegance, through the influence and the charm of the uplifted and cultivated black woman of the South. End of The Black Woman of the South, Her Neglects and Needs, by Alexander Crummell.
The Sentence of the Inquisition on Galileo Galilei. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sentence of the Inquisition on Galileo. We, the undersigned, by the grace of God, Cardinals of the Holy Roman Church, Inquisitors General throughout the whole Christian Republic, Special Deputies of the Holy Apostolical Chair against Heretical Depravity. Whereas you, Galileo, son of the late Vincenzo Galilei of Florence, aged 70 years, were denounced in 1615 to this holy office, for holding as true a false doctrine taught by many, namely, that the sun is immovable in the centre of the world, and that the earth moves, and also with a diurnal motion; also for having pupils whom you instructed in the same opinions; also for maintaining a correspondence on the same with some German mathematicians; also for publishing certain letters on the solar spots, in which you developed the same doctrines as true; also for answering the objections which were continually produced from the Holy Scriptures, by glosing the said Scriptures according to your own meaning; and whereas thereupon was produced a copy of a writing, in form of a letter professedly written by you to a person formerly your pupil, in which, following the hypothesis of Copernicus, you include several propositions contrary to the true sense and authority of the Holy Scripture. Therefore this holy tribunal, being desirous of providing against the disorder and mischief which was thence proceeding and increasing to the detriment of the holy faith, by the desire of His Holiness and of the most eminent Lords Cardinals of this supreme and universal Inquisition, the two propositions of the stability of the sun and motion of the earth were qualified by the theological qualifiers as follows. First, the proposition that the sun is in the centre of the world and immovable from its place is absurd, philosophically false, and formally heretical, because it is expressly contrary to the Holy Scripture. Secondly, the proposition that the earth is not the centre of the world, nor immovable, but that it moves and also with a diurnal motion, is also absurd, philosophically false, and, theologically considered, at least erroneous in faith. But whereas being pleased at that time to deal mildly with you, it was decreed in the Holy Congregation held before His Holiness on the 25th day of February 1616, that His Eminence the Lord Cardinal Bellarmine should enjoin you to give up altogether the said false doctrine. If you should refuse, that you should be ordered by the Commissary of the Holy Office to relinquish it, not to teach it to others, nor to defend it, nor ever mention it, and in default of acquiescence that you should be imprisoned. And in execution of this decree, on the following day at the palace, in the presence of His Eminence the said Lord Cardinal Bellarmine, after you had been mildly admonished by the said Lord Cardinal, you were commanded by the acting Commissary of the Holy Office, before a notary and witnesses, to relinquish altogether the said false opinion, and in future neither to defend nor teach it in any manner, neither verbally nor in writing. And upon your promising obedience, you were dismissed. And in order that so pernicious a doctrine might be altogether rooted out, nor insinuate itself farther to the heavy detriment of the Catholic truth, a decree emanated from the Holy Congregation of the Index, prohibiting the books which treat of this doctrine, and it was declared false and altogether contrary to the Holy and Divine Scripture. And whereas a book has since appeared, published at Florence last year, the title of which showed that you were the author, which title is The Dialogue of Galileo Galilei on the two principal systems of the world, the Ptolemaic and Copernican. And whereas the Holy Congregation has heard that in consequence of the printing of the said book, the false opinion of the earth's motion and stability of the sun is daily gaining ground, the said book has been taken into careful consideration, and in it has been detected a glaring violation of the said order, which had been intimidated to you inasmuch as in this book you have defended the said opinion, already and in your presence condemned, although in the said book you labor with many circumlocutions to induce the belief that it is left by you undecided and in express terms probable, which is equally a very grave error, since an opinion can in no way be probable which has been already declared and finally determined contrary to the Divine Scripture. Therefore, by our order, you have been cited to this holy office, where, on your examination upon oath, you have acknowledged the said book as written and printed by you. You also confess that you began to write the said book 10 or 12 years ago, after the order aforesaid had been given. Also that you demanded license to publish it, but without signifying to those who granted you this permission that you had been condemned not to hold, defend, or teach the said doctrine in any manner. You also confess that the style of the said book was in many places so composed that the reader might think the arguments adduced on the false side to be so worded as more effectually to entangle the understanding than to be easily solved, alleging in excuse that you have thus run into an error, foreign, as you say, to your intention, from writing in the form of a dialogue, and in consequence of the natural complacency which everyone feels with regard to his own subtleties. And in showing himself more skilful than the generality of mankind in contriving, even in favour of false proposition, ingenious and apparently probable arguments. And upon a convenient time being given to you for making your defence, you produced the certificate in the handwriting of His Eminence the Lord Cardinal Bellarmine, procured, as you said, by yourself, that you might defend yourself against the calumnies of your enemies, who reported that you had abjured your opinions and had been punished by the Holy Office. In which certificate it is declared that you had not abjured nor had been punished, but merely that the declaration made by His Holiness and promulgated by the Holy Congregation of the Index had been announced to you, which declares that the opinion of the motion of the earth and stability of the sun is contrary to the Holy Scriptures, and therefore cannot be held or defended. Wherefore, since no mention is there made of two articles of the order, to wit, the order not to teach, and in any manner, you argued that we ought to believe that in the lapse of 14 or 16 years they had escaped your memory, and that this was also the reason why you were silent as to the order when you sought permission to publish your book, and that this is said by you not to excuse your error, but that it may be attributed to vainglorious ambition rather than to malice. But this very certificate produced on your behalf has greatly aggravated your offense, since it is therein declared that the said opinion is contrary to the Holy Scripture, and yet you have dared to treat of it, to defend it, and to argue that it is probable. Nor is there any extenuation in the license artfully and cunningly extorted by you, since you did not intimidate the command imposed upon you. But whereas it appeared to us that you had not disclosed the whole truth with regard to your intentions, we thought it necessary to proceed to the rigorous examination of you, in which, without any prejudice to what you had confessed and which is above detailed against you with regard to your said intention, you answered like a good Catholic. Therefore, having seen and maturely considered the merits of your cause, with your said confessions and excuses, and everything else which ought to be seen and considered, we have come to the underwritten final sentence against you. Invoking therefore the most holy name of our Lord Jesus Christ and of his most glorious Virgin Mother Mary, by this our final sentence, which, sitting in council and judgment for the tribunal of the reverend masters of sacred theology and doctors of both laws, our assessors, we put forth in this writing touching the matters and controversies before us, between the magnificent Charles Sincerus, doctor of both laws, fiscal proctor of this holy office, of the one part, and you, Galileo Galilei, an examined and confessed criminal from this present writing now in progress, as above, of the other part. We pronounce, judge, and declare that you, the said Galileo, by reason of these things which have been detailed in the course of this writing, and which, as above you have confessed, have rendered yourself vehemently suspected by this holy office of heresy. That is to say, that you believe and hold the false doctrine, and contrary to the holy and divine Scriptures, namely, that the sun is the centre of the world, and that it does not move from east to west, and that the earth does move, and is not the centre of the world. Also, that an opinion can be held and supported as probable after it has been declared and finally decreed contrary to the Holy Scripture, and consequently that you have incurred all the censures and penalties enjoined and promulgated in the sacred canons, and other general and particular constitutions against delinquents of this description. From which it is our pleasure that you be absolved, provided that, first, with a sincere heart and unfeigned faith, in our presence you abjure, curse, and detest the said errors and heresies, and every other error and heresy contrary to the Catholic and Apostolic Church of Rome in the form now shown to you. But that your grievous and pernicious error and transgression may not go altogether unpunished, and that you may be made more cautious in future, and may be a warning to others to abstain from delinquencies of this sort, we decree that the book of the Dialogues of Galileo Galilei be prohibited by a public edict, and we condemn you to the formal prison of this holy office for a period determinable at our pleasure, and, by way of salutary penance, we order you, during the next 3 years, to recite once a week the 7 penitential psalms, reserving to ourselves the power of moderating, commuting, or taking off the whole or part of the said punishment and penance. And so we say, pronounce, and by our sentence declare, decree, and reserve, in this and in every other better form and manner, which lawfully we may and can use. So we, the subscribing cardinals, pronounce: Felix, Cardinal d'Ascoli; Guido, Cardinal Bentivoglio; Desiderio, Cardinal di Cremona; Antonio, Cardinal S. Onofrio; Berlinguero, Cardinal Gessi; Fabricio, Cardinal Verospi; Martino, Cardinal Ginetti. End of The Sentence of the Inquisitions on Galileo Galilei. Read by Avai in September 2009. The Abjuration of Galileo Galilei. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Abjuration of Galileo. I, Galileo Galilei, son of the late Vincenzo Galilei, of Florence, aged 70 years, being brought personally to judgment, and kneeling before you, most eminent and most reverend Lords Cardinals, General Inquisitors of the Universal Christian Republic against heretical depravity, having before my eyes the Holy Gospels, which I touch with my own hands, swear that I have always believed, and now believe, and with the help of God will in future believe, every article which the Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church of Rome holds, teaches, and preaches. But because I had been enjoined by this holy office altogether to abandon the false opinion which maintains that the sun is the centre and immovable, and forbidden to hold, defend, or teach the said false doctrine in any manner, and after it had been signified to me that the said doctrine is repugnant with the Holy Scripture, I have written and printed a book, in which I treat of the same doctrine now condemned, and adduce reasons with great force in support of the same, without giving any solution, and therefore have been judged grievously suspected of heresy, that is to say, that I held and believed that the sun is the centre of the world and immovable, and that the earth is not the centre and movable, willing therefore to remove from the minds of your eminences and of every Catholic Christian this vehement suspicion rightfully entertained towards me, with a sincere heart and unfeigned faith I abjure, curse, and detest the said errors and heresies, and generally every other error and sect contrary to the said Holy Church, and I swear that I will never more in future say or assert anything verbally or in writing which may give rise to a similar suspicion of me. But if I shall know any heretic, or any one suspected of heresy, that I will denounce him to this holy office, or to the Inquisitor and Ordinary of the place in which I may be. I swear, moreover, and promise that I will fulfill and observe fully all the penances which have been or shall be laid on me by this holy office. But if it shall happen that I violate any of my said promises, oaths, and protestations, which God avert, I subject myself to all the pains and punishments which have been decreed and promulgated by the sacred canons, and other general and particular constitutions, against delinquents of this description. So may God help me, and his holy Gospels, which I touch with my own hands. I, the above-named Galileo Galilei, have abjured, sworn, promised, and bound myself, as above, and in witness thereof with my own hand have subscribed this present writing of my abjuration, which I have recited word for word. At Rome, in the convent of Minerva, 22nd of June, 1633, I, Galileo Galilei, have abjured as above with my own hand. End of the Abjuration of Galileo Galilei. Read by Avai in September 2009.
The Knowledge of Self, from The Alchemy of Happiness by Al-Ghazali, Chapter 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Knowledge of self is the key to the knowledge of God. According to the saying, "He who knows himself knows God," and, as it is written in the Koran, "We will show them our signs in the world and in themselves, that the truth may be manifest to them." Now nothing is nearer to thee than thyself, and if thou knowest not thyself, how canst thou know anything else? If thou sayest, "I know myself," meaning thy outward shape, body, face, limbs, and so forth, such knowledge can never be a key to the knowledge of God. Nor, if thy knowledge as to that which is within only extends so far, that when thou art hungry thou eatest, and when thou art angry thou attackest someone, wilt thou progress any further in this path, for the beasts are thy partners in this. But real self-knowledge consists in knowing the following things. What art thou in thyself, and from whence hast thou come? Whither art thou going? And for what purpose hast thou come to tarry here a while? And in what does thy real happiness and misery consist? Some of thy attributes are those of animals, some of devils, some of angels, and thou hast to find out which of these attributes are accidental and which essential. Till thou knowest this, thou canst not find out where thy real happiness lies. The occupation of animals is eating, sleeping, and fighting. Therefore, if thou art an animal, busy thyself in these things. Devils are busy stirring up mischief, and in guile and deceit. If thou belongest to them, do their work. Angels contemplate the beauty of God, and are entirely free from animal qualities. If thou art of angelic nature, then strive toward thine origin, that thou mayest know and contemplate the Most High, and be delivered from the thraldom to lust and anger. Thou shouldest also discover why thou hast been created with these two animal instincts, whether that they should subdue and lead thee captive, or whether thou shouldest subdue them, and in thy upward progress make of one thy steed and of the other thy weapon. The first step to self-knowledge is to know that thou art composed of an outward shape, called the body, and an inward entity, called the heart or soul. By heart I do not mean the piece of flesh situated in the left of our bodies, but that which uses all the other faculties as its instruments and servants. In truth, it does not belong to the visible world, but to the invisible, and has come into this world as a traveler visits a foreign country for the sake of merchandise, and will presently return to its native land. It is the knowledge of this entity and its attributes which is the key to the knowledge of God. Some idea of the reality of the heart or spirit may be obtained by a man closing his eyes and forgetting everything around except his individuality. He will thus also obtain a glimpse of the unending nature of that individuality. Too close inquiry, however, into the essence of spirit is forbidden by the law. In the Koran it is written, "They will question thee concerning the spirit. Say, the spirit comes by the command of my Lord. Thus much is known of it, that it is an indivisible essence belonging to the world of decrees, and that it is not from everlasting, but created." An exact philosophical knowledge of the spirit is not a necessary preliminary to walking in the path of religion, but comes rather as a result of self-discipline and perseverance in that path. As it is said in the Koran, "Those who strive in our way, verily we will guide them to the right paths." For the carrying on of this spiritual warfare by which the knowledge of oneself and of God is to be obtained, the body may be figured as a kingdom, the soul as its king, and the different senses and faculties as constituting an army. Reason may be called the vizier or prime minister, passion the revenue collector, and anger the police officer. Under the guise of collecting revenue, passion is continually prone to plunder on its own account, while resentment is always inclined to harshness and extreme severity. Both of these, the revenue collector and the police officer, have to be kept in due subordination to the king, but not killed or expelled, as they have their own proper functions to fulfill. But if passion and resentment master reason, the ruin of the soul infallibly ensues. A soul which allows its lower faculties to dominate the higher is as one who should hand over an angel to the power of a dog, or a Mussulman to the tyranny of an unbeliever. The cultivation of demonic, animal, or angelic qualities results in the production of corresponding characters, which in the day of judgment will be manifested in visible shapes, the sensual appearing as swine, the ferocious as dogs and wolves, and the pure as angels. The aim of moral discipline is to purify the heart from the rust of passion and resentment, till, like a clear mirror, it reflects the light of God. Someone may here object, but if man has been created with animal and demonic qualities as well as angelic, how are we to know that the latter constitutes his real essence, while the former are merely accidental and transitory? To this I answer that the essence of each creature is to be sought in that which is highest in it and peculiar to it. Thus the horse and the ass are both burden-bearing animals, but the superiority of the horse to the ass consists in its being adapted for use in battle. If it fails in this, it becomes degraded to the rank of burden-bearing animals. Similarly with man, the highest faculty in him is reason, which fits him for the contemplation of God. If this predominates in him, when he dies he leaves behind him all tendencies to passion and resentment, and becomes capable of association with angels. As regards his mere animal qualities, man is inferior to many animals, but reason makes him superior to them, as it is written in the Koran, "To man we have subjected all things in the earth." But if his lower tendencies have triumphed, after death he will ever be looking towards the earth and longing for earthly delights. Now the rational soul of man abounds in marvels, both of knowledge and power. By means of it he masters arts and sciences, can pass in a flash from earth to heaven and back again, can map out the skies and measure the distances between the stars. By it also he can draw the fish from the sea and the birds from the air, and can subdue to his service animals like the elephant, the camel, and the horse. His five senses are like five doors opening on the external world. But, more wonderful than this, his heart has a window which opens on the unseen world of spirits. In the state of sleep, when the avenues of the senses are closed, this window is opened and man receives impressions from the unseen world and sometimes foreshadowings of the future. His heart is then like a mirror which reflects what is pictured in the tablet of fate. But even in sleep, thoughts of worldly things dull this mirror, so that the impressions it receives are not clear. After death, however, such thoughts vanish and things are seen in their naked reality, and the saying in the Koran is fulfilled, "We have stripped the veil from off thee, and thy sight today is keen." This opening of a window in the heart towards the unseen also takes place in conditions approaching those of prophetic inspiration, when intuitions spring up in the mind unconveyed through any sense channel. The more a man purifies himself from fleshly lusts and concentrates his mind on God, the more conscious will he be of such intuitions. Those who are not conscious of them have no right to deny their reality. Nor are such intuitions confined only to those of prophetic rank. Just as iron, by sufficient polishing, can be made into a mirror, so any mind by due discipline can be rendered receptive to such impressions. It was at this truth the prophet hinted when he said, "Every child is born with a predisposition towards Islam. Then his parents make a Jew or a Christian or a star worshipper of him." Every human being has in the depths of his consciousness heard the question, "Am I not your Lord?" and answered yes to it. But some hearts are like mirrors so befouled with rust and dirt that they give no clear reflections, while those of the prophets and saints, though they are men of like passions with us, are extremely sensitive to all divine impressions. Nor is it only by reason of knowledge acquired and intuitive that the soul of man holds the first rank among created things, but also by reason of power. Just as angels preside over the elements, so does the soul rule the members of the body. Those souls which attain a special degree of power not only rule their body, but those of others also. If they wish a sick man to recover, he recovers. Or a person in health to fall ill, he becomes ill. Or if they will the presence of a person, he comes to them. According as the effects produced by these powerful souls are good or bad, they are termed miracles or sorceries. These souls differ from common folk in three ways. 1. What others only see in dreams, they see in their waking moments. 2. While others' wills only affect their own bodies, these, by will power, can move bodies extraneous to themselves. 3. The knowledge which others acquire by laborious learning comes to them by intuition. These three, of course, are not the only marks which differentiate them from common people, but the only ones that come within our cognizance. Just as no one knows the real nature of God but God himself, so no one knows the real nature of a prophet but a prophet. Nor is this to be wondered at, as in everyday matters we see that it is impossible to explain the charm of poetry to one whose ear is insusceptible to cadence and rhythm, or the glories of color to one who is stone blind. Besides mere incapacity, there are other hindrances to the attainment of spiritual truth. One of these is externally acquired knowledge. To use a figure, the heart may be represented as a well, and the five senses as five streams which are continually conveying water to it. In order to find out the real contents of the heart, these streams must be stopped for a time, at any rate, and the refuse they have brought with them must be cleared out of the well. In other words, if we are to arrive at spiritual truth, we must put away for a time knowledge that has been acquired by external processes, which too often hardens into dogmatic prejudice. A mistake of an opposite kind is made by shallow people who, echoing some phrases which they have caught from Sufi teachers, go about decrying all knowledge. This is as if a person who was not an adept in alchemy were to go about saying, "Alchemy is better than gold," and were to refuse gold when it was offered to him. Alchemy is better than gold, but real alchemists are very rare, and so are real Sufis. He who has a mere smattering of Sufism is not superior to a learned man, any more than he who has tried a few experiments in alchemy has ground for despising a rich man. Anyone who will look into the matter will see that happiness is necessarily linked with the knowledge of God. Each faculty of ours delights in that for which it was created. Lust delights in accomplishing desire, anger in taking vengeance, the eye in seeing beautiful objects, and the ear in hearing harmonious sounds. The highest function of the soul of man is the perception of truth. In this accordingly it finds its special delight. Even in trifling matters, such as learning chess, this holds good. And the higher the subject matter of the knowledge obtained, the greater the delight. A man would be pleased at being admitted into the confidence of a prime minister, but how much more if the king makes an intimate of him and discloses state secrets to him. An astronomer who, by his knowledge, can map the stars and describe their courses, derives more pleasure from his knowledge than the chess player from his. Seeing then that nothing is higher than God, how great must be the delight which springs from the true knowledge of him. A person in whom the desire for this knowledge has disappeared is like one who has lost his appetite for healthy food, or who prefers feeding on clay to eating bread. All bodily appetites perish at death with the organs they use, but the soul dies not, and retains whatever knowledge of God it possesses, nay, increases it. An important part of our knowledge of God arises from the study and contemplation of our own bodies, which reveal to us the power of wisdom and love of the Creator. His power, in that from a mere drop he has built up the wonderful frame of man. His wisdom is revealed in its intricacies and the mutual adaptability of its parts. And his love is shown by his not only supplying such organs as are absolutely necessary for existence, as the liver, the heart, and the brain, but those which are not absolutely necessary, as the hand, the foot, the tongue, and the eye. To these he has added, as ornaments, the blackness of the hair, the redness of lips, and the curve of the eyebrows. Man has been truly termed a microcosm, or little world in himself, and the structure of his body should be studied not only by those who wish to become doctors, but by those who wish to attain to a more intimate knowledge of God, just as close study of the niceties and shades of language in a great poem reveals to us more and more of the genius of its author. But when all is said, the knowledge of the soul plays a more important part in leading to the knowledge of God than the knowledge of our body and its functions. The body may be compared to a steed, and the soul to its rider. The body was created for the soul for the body. If a man knows not his own soul, which is the nearest thing to him, what is the use of his claiming to know others? It is as if a beggar who has not the wherewithal for a meal should claim to be able to feed a town. In this chapter we have attempted, in some degree, to expound the greatness of man's soul. He who neglects it and suffers its capacities to rust or to degenerate must necessarily be the loser in this world and the next. The true greatness of man lies in his capacity for eternal progress. Otherwise, in this temporal sphere he is the weakest of all things, being subject to hunger, thirst, heat, cold, and sorrow. Those things he takes most delight in are often the most injurious to him, and those things which benefit him are not to be obtained without toil and trouble. As for his intellect, a slight disarrangement of matter in his brain is sufficient to destroy or madden him. As to his power, the sting of a wasp is sufficient to rob him of ease and sleep. As to his temper, he is upset by the loss of a sixpence. As to his beauty, he is little more than nauseous matter, covered with a fair skin. Without frequent washing he becomes utterly repulsive and disgraceful. In truth, man in this world is extremely weak and contemptible. It is only in the next that he will be of value, if by means of the alchemy of happiness he rises from the rank of beasts to that of angels. Otherwise his condition will be worse than the brutes, which perish and turn to dust. It is necessary for him, at the same time that he is conscious of his superiority as the climax of created things, to learn to know also his helplessness, as that too is one of the keys to the knowledge of God. End of The Knowledge of Self, from The Alchemy of Happiness by Al-Ghazali, Chapter 1. Recorded by Craig Campbell in Appleton, Wisconsin in 2009.
Let's Collect Rocks and Shells by Shell Oil Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush, October 2009. Let's Collect Rocks and Shells by Shell Oil Company. Introduction. Millions of people throughout the world have found many hours of pleasure, adventure, and education by collecting either rocks or shells. This booklet won't tell you everything there is to know about rocks and shells. That would require many large volumes. We only want to arouse your curiosity about two delightful pastimes that are so broad and varied that they can lead to a career or a satisfying hobby. Shell Oil Company's interest in the subjects comes from its history and the nature of its business. The name, chosen by a company that was founded years before anyone thought of drilling for oil, comes from the seashells this company brought from the Orient for use in mother-of-pearl items such as buttons and knife handles. Now its world-famous emblem, the pecten, is recognized by millions of people in every walk of life. It's on service stations, trucks, buildings, oil derricks, and chemical plants. Even the company's industrial lubricants are named for shells because shells have the same scientific names everywhere in the world. For an oil company, rocks have a special interest. Crude oil is found not in underground lakes or pools, but in the tiny spaces between grains of sand or in the pores of rocks. Only certain types of rock formations are favorable to the accumulation of oil. Thus, oilmen need to know everything they can about the right kind of rocks. Shell has scientists who work with rocks all day and laboratories filled with rock, mineral, and crystal specimens. We are always learning new things about them. The pages that follow provide basic information about two subjects that can be richly rewarding whether you follow them for profit, as Shell does, or for pleasure, as millions of people around the world do. Seashells. What are they? First, a seashell is one of the 100,000 species of backboneless animals belonging to the zoological group known as the Mollusca. Mollusks include not only the familiar clams, scallops, and snails, but also the squids, octopus, and chambered nautilus. Other "shells" found in the ocean include those of crabs, lobsters, barnacles, and sea urchins. True molluscan shells come in two main varieties, bivalves and univalves. Bivalves have two valves, fitting together along a toothed hinge in one side, and kept closed by means of adductor muscles. Univalves have only one shell, usually coiled, but sometimes shaped like a cap or miniature volcano. Some marine univalves can seal themselves inside with an operculum, which covers the open end of the shell like a trap door. Although shells take on many different shapes, they are much alike inside. Each has a foot, a breathing siphon, a tiny brain and heart, and a fleshy mantle which secretes lime for shell building. Most true mollusks have eyes, but a few are blind. Many have teeth called radula. Like any other animal, the mollusk generally moves about. It pushes along on the ocean floor on its foot, or it might swim a little. It lays millions of eggs and hatches countless baby mollusks. It lives its life in its shell, lugging it around, snuggling into it when alarmed, burrowing into mud, fastening itself to a rock, and creating ingenious camouflage. It builds its calcareous house with a great instinctive talent for color and sculpture, and the closer it lives to the tropical zones the more beautifully spectacular is its art. The two parts of a bivalve shell are like thin saucers, concave inside, convex outside. The inside is smooth, polished. The outside is rougher, sometimes with graceful ribs or concentric ridges or combinations of both. Univalves are conical and spiraling, with a series of whorls coming down like widening steps from the tiny nucleus on top. Univalves may have spines on their shoulders. The opening, called the aperture, has a delicate right-hand rim, called the lip, and a heavy left-hand edge, called the columella. Bivalve's anatomy: A. Foot. B. Adductor muscles. C. Gills. D. Hinge. E. Adductor muscles. F. Siphon. G. Stomach. H. Mantle. Oysters, clams, mussels all have them. Univalve's anatomy: as before: A. Foot. B. Siphon. C. Mantle, but also D. Operculum. Univalves include whelks, winkles, conchs. Chambered nautilus is brother to the octopus, but he wears his castle permanently and on the outside. The shell as an architect. How does he do it? Picture a vast undersea factory with billions of shells in constant production. Each is made slowly and entirely of lime, which the little animal inside extracts from its food, almost from the first day of its life. Each shell builder flawlessly follows the shape and design of the species to which it belongs. All these sea animals come from eggs, all different according to species, but all laid in measureless abundance, sometimes released into the open sea, sometimes protected in homemade nests, sometimes encased in capsules strung like beads. Hatched, most baby mollusks swim freely for a while, their tiny transparent bodies almost invisible to the naked eye. Then they start building a heavier shell and sink to the bottom. Each shell's mantle contains a network of microscopic tubes. Each tube secretes a tiny amount of lime, which instantly adheres to the shell. The animal builds his shell to the proper size and thickness, and determines its ridges and whorls. Some kinds of shells take 2 to 5 years to reach maturity. Others keep growing all their lives. Color tubes are spaced like holes on a player piano roll, allowing pigments to tint the shell at the right spots in the growing design. Many shells are covered with a self-made brown sheath, the periostracum. Most shells don't change basic structure as they grow. Young cowries, however, alter greatly in maturity. Tough lozenge-shaped egg cases on this string hatch baby whelks like ones shown. Newborn mollusks are usually free swimming, moved by hairs. Shell is there, but transparent for a few days. Let's meet some shells. Latin abounds in conchology, as you've already noticed. Why? Well, because this is a hobby and science that spans the world. Englishmen, Frenchmen, Greeks, and Indians all have their own local names for shells. But scientists everywhere give things in nature Latin names. Shells of the same sort carry the same Latin label on every beach in every sea. Much of the fascination of shell collecting is learning these names and how they were derived, for shells have been named for almost everything. We can't catalog 100,000 species here, but let's call off the names of a few of the interesting specimens you might come across. Many shells have wonderfully descriptive names. For example, there's Arca zebra, which has stripes and looks like a miniature turkey wing, and is commonly called turkey wing. Then there's a scallop called the lion's paw, Nerita pelaranta, or bleeding tooth, and Cypraea cervinetta, little deer cowrie, which resembles a spotted fawn. Cowrie is a common name for a kind of shell used as money in parts of Africa and Asia. There are shells named for people: Canis Juliae, Julia's cone shell; Pleurotomella jeffreyi, Jeffrey's Pleurotomella; and Aclis walleri, Waller's Aclis. Many are named for the place they were first discovered: Uroselpinx tampaensis, Tampa drill; and Iphigenia brasiliana, Brazil clam. Some shells take their names from flowers: Fasciolaria tulipa, tulip shell. Many get named from mammals, not always too accurately. Cypraea tigris and Cypraea zebra both have spots, not stripes. But Cypraea talpa, mole cowrie, does look a lot like a mole. Then there's, let's skip the Latin this time, magpie shell, mottled dove shell, mouse cone, horse conch, checkered pheasant, and Cuban frog shell. There's mythology: Venus, Neptunia, Pandora, Tritonus. Music: Buccinum, trumpet; Citharas, guitar; harpa. Religion is represented too. In the genus Mitra are species Pontificalis, Episcopalius, Papalis, and Patriarchalis. Some other fanciful names are Great Heart, Jewel, Box, Rising Sun, Checkerboard, Woodlouse, Writhing Shell, Sundial, Keyhole limpet, Red Turpin, and Black Lace Murex. And that's where we stop and draw breath. You'll find others. There are literally thousands more. You've got to be a detective. These little animals are the natural food for many of the larger undersea creatures, so one of their greatest talents is hiding. Approaching danger, whether from octopus, fish, or man, arouses caution in a small mollusk, and it becomes as inconspicuous as it can. This can be pretty inconspicuous, as the novice conchologist learns early in his search. Remember, by all means don't be a landlubber. Get into the water. No matter whether you go shelling up north, down south, in the west, or in the tropics, you won't get any satisfaction or value from collecting dead shells washed up on a beach. To build a good collection you should take your mollusks alive, then clean and prepare them yourself. More about that later. You won't find live ones unless you go where they live. Canis spurius, alphabet cone; Cryptopleuria costata, angel wing; Terebrattus locata, Atlantic auger; Murex delectus, lace murex; Epitonium humphreyi, Humphrey's wentletrap; Lyropecten nodosus, lion's paw; Fasciolara distans, banded tulip; Diodora canaensis, keyhole limpet; Anatina plicatella, channeled duck. Where to look. Note: collectors should familiarize themselves with local regulations. In some areas, such as parks and marine sanctuaries, collection of shells and other marine organisms may be restricted or prohibited. Endnote. Many shells are endowed with perfect camouflage. The colorful sea fans off Florida are hiding places for the Simnia, whose long purple or yellow shells, clinging to sea fans and matching perfectly in color, are nearly indiscernible. Other shells create disguises as they go along. In Florida waters, a pile of dead and broken shells may be worth investigation. Xenophora conchyliophora, carrier shell, might be under it. It cements the old, discarded shells to its own. Northern tide pools accommodate many kinds of Littorina, periwinkles. These pretty little shells, in shades from yellow to brown, are well concealed among the dimly lit seaweed. Along any rocky shore limpets grow as wide as 2 inches but remain hard to find. Their turtleback shells, covered with moss, look just like rocks, and they stick so tightly to the big stones that, even when they are seen, they can scarcely be pried loose. Abundant on wave-washed beaches of both the North and the South are dead shells of another perfectly camouflaged clam called arca. While alive, the shells are covered with hairy brown or black epidermis, and look like pebbles among tufts of seaweed and marine grass. On the west coast, the abalone is a most typical species in addition to being a delicious food. The bright-hued shell is widely used for souvenirs such as ashtrays and is in demand for buttons and decorative purposes. Most shells of interest to the collector are found in the sea, but not all. Living forest mollusks have been found 18,000 feet high in the Himalayas, and in this country a great variety of mollusks live in rivers, ponds, and even hot springs. Several species are peculiar to the Nile River. Also, species of mollusks live on land, for example, the common garden snail. Wherever you go, be it the South Seas, a mountain lake, or the shoals off the Gulf Coast, you'll find shells to collect and opportunities to expand your hobby. Starting a collection. Here's how. Knowing where to look for shells, you probably wonder when is the best time. The answer is any time. Mollusks know no season. Some species appear suddenly for several days and then vanish. Others can be found almost any time. Most mollusks appear at night, but others work only in the daytime and go out of sight after dark. The tides may have something to do with it, so does the weather. It can be hot or cold, dry or rainy. While you won't find the same shell at all times, you'll find a great variety at any time. What to take? The things pictured on page 8 should be enough. If you're going out on the coral reefs along Florida, it would be wise to keep your legs covered as protection against stings or scratches. Don't ever forget to wear some kind of shoes in the water. Even though you're wearing a mask or goggles, take along a gig or some slender stick, and feel your way along so you don't fall into a hole you can't see in the deceptive near-tropical waters. If, despite precautions, you get a sea urchin's needle-like spine broken off in your skin, soak the wound in vinegar, which will dissolve the fragments and stop the pain in a few minutes. Tiny shells buried in sand can be netted in your sieve. Clinging ones must be chiseled off rocks. Frail, delicate clingers should be gently nudged loose with tweezers. Submerged sandbars are good spots to find several kinds of univalves and bivalves, but the latter will dig themselves quickly out of sight as far down as several feet. When you see one going underground, don't dig directly over it, you might break its shell. Instead, dig to one side and break the mud or sand away with your hands. After you've had a good day's haul and a rest, you'll need one, you must clean your shells. Put your tiniest, most fragile ones in rubbing alcohol. Put the rest in a pot of fresh water and slowly bring it to a boil. Let them cool in the water slowly to prevent the glossy shells from cracking. When cool, your bivalves will be gaping open. Simply scrape them clean. Your univalves will be more difficult. Remove the animal with a crochet hook or other piece of bent wire, turning it gently with the spiral. Try to get it out whole to save yourself trouble. Save the univalve's operculum and slice it off the muscle that holds it. It will preserve indefinitely and is a valuable part of the shell. Clean the shell's exterior by scraping it gently with a dull knife or nail file, then soaking it in a Clorox solution, 1 cup to 2 quarts water, for 2 hours. Some will be covered with an ugly skin. Scientists keep this intact, and you should try to. The best collection has 2 of each species, one with and one without the epidermis. After your clean shells have dried in shade, not sun go over them with a rag dampened in light oil. This ensures preservation and restores their natural luster. Every 3 months or so rub them with oil again. Their most delicate colors will remain brilliant for years. Don't ever use shellac, lacquer, or varnish. Get a reference book from your library and identify your shells. Keep an account of when and where you collected them. Store your shells in closed containers to protect them from sunlight and dust. Almost any set of small drawers or a cabinet will do. Match boxes or pill boxes are excellent for small specimens. For display purposes, glass-covered cases are best to prevent handling of the shells. A shell's beauty is often deceptive. Many unattractive and drab shells are worth hundreds of dollars, while the most colorful are frequently valued at $1 or less. The rarity of a species determines its value. A truly valuable shell may come from deep, inaccessible waters or remote lands, or it may be one of an extinct species. A slit shell collected 100 fathoms down in waters off the British West Indies is valued at $1,000. Another undersea treasure, the Glory of the Seas, was first found in 1771, and one time would bring the conchologist $1,500. The greatest rarities, however, are truly valueless and are not for sale. And there it is, the fascinating hobby of shell collecting. It's a lot of work, but a lot of fun, too. Take a sieve or an orange sack. Besides carrying your shells, it may help you catch them. A few pint bottles will hold delicate ones. Mask or goggles is essential for looking under water. Bathing suit or old clothes, of course. High shoes or sneakers. Never go barefooted. Heavy cloth gloves. Watch out for sunburn. Gig or fish spear, if you're going south, to keep pesky crabs, sea urchins off. Clam digging hoe or trowel for burrowing shells. Vinegar for first aid in case you're stuck by urchin spines. Chisel and hammer to get the clingers. Spatula for frail limpets. You may find other hardware handy, but these are basic. Now let's look at rocks. Rocks are made of minerals. Rocks, to begin with, are made of minerals. What is a mineral? The definition may sound difficult. A mineral is a chemical element or compound combination of elements occurring naturally as the result of inorganic processes. But don't be discouraged, things will clear up soon. The world contains more than 1,100 kinds of minerals. These can be grouped in 3 general classes. 1. Metallic minerals. These include things most of us would think of if we were asked to name some minerals. Familiar examples are copper, silver, mercury, iron, nickel, and cobalt. Most of them are found in combination with other things, as ores. We get lead from galena or lead sulfide. Tin comes from the ore cassiterite. Zinc from sphalerite and zincblende, or blackjack. Chromium that makes the family car flashy comes from chromite. Many minerals yield aluminum. Uranium occurs in about 50 minerals, nearly all rare. 24-karat gold is a metallic mineral. A 14-karat gold ring contains 14/24 or 58% gold. An average sample of Earth contains 9% aluminum, 5.5% iron, 0.01% zinc, 0.008% copper, 0.004% tin, 0.002% lead, 0.005% uranium, and 0.00006% gold or platinum. It would be hopelessly expensive to recover such metals from an average ton of Earth. That's why metallic minerals are taken from concentrated deposits in mines. Many valuable minerals are found in veins running through rock. Veins can be formed when A. Mineral-laden groundwater seeps into cracks, evaporates, and leaves mineral grains that build up into a vein. B. Hot water from deep within the earth fills cracks, then cools and deposits much of the material in solution as minerals in a vein, sometimes including metals such as gold and silver. C. Molten gaseous material squeezes into cracks near the earth's surface, then slowly hardens into a vein. 2. Non-metallic minerals. These are of great importance to certain industries. You will find them in insulation and filters. They are used extensively in the ceramic and chemical industries. They include sulfur, graphite (the lead in pencils), gypsum, halite, rock salt, borax, talc, asbestos, and quartz. Undoubtedly, you'll have some nonmetallic minerals in your collection. Rocks containing asbestos are usually handsome and varied. 3. Rock-forming minerals. These are the building materials of the earth. They make mountains and valleys. They furnish the ingredients of soil and the salt of the sea. They are largely silicates, that is, they contain silicon and oxygen. Silicon is a nonmetallic element, always found in combination with something else. It is second only to oxygen as the chief elementary constituent of the earth's crust. Other rock-forming minerals are the large family of micas, with names like muscovite and phlogopite. There are the feldspars, including albite and orthoclase. Others are amphiboles, pyroxenes, zeolites, garnets, and many others you may never find or hear about unless you become a true mineralogist. A rock may be made almost entirely of one mineral or of more than one mineral. Rocks containing different combinations of the same minerals are different. Even two things made of the same single mineral can be quite different. Carbon may turn up as a lump of coal or a diamond. How minerals got their names. Names of most minerals end in "ite": apatite, calcite, dolomite, fluorite. But many do not. Amphibole, copper (the most common pure metal in rocks), feldspar, galena, gypsum, hornblende, mica, quartz. Many minerals take their names from a Greek word referring to some outstanding property of the mineral. For example, hematite, an oxide of iron, was named about 325 B.C. from the Greek hema, or blood, because of the color of its powder. Some minerals are named for the locality in which they were first discovered. Coloradoite was first found in Colorado. Benitoite turned up in San Benito County, California, and so with labradorite and brazilite. Other minerals got their names from famous people. Willemite was named in honor of Willem I, King of the Netherlands. The great German poet-philosopher Goethe could turn up in your collection as goethite. And there's smithsonite, named for James Smithson, founder of the Smithsonian Institution. Gold, jasper, uncut diamond, quartz (violet in color), halite, Carlsbad, New Mexico, calcite, South Dakota, copper, turquoise, brilliant color. Out of this world. Some minerals come from outer space. They're meteorites, which are rock fragments. Every day hundreds of millions of them enter the Earth's atmosphere. Most of them, however, are burned up by the heat from air friction and never reach the ground. Meteors large enough to reach the Earth are called meteorites. Most minerals found in meteorites are the same as those we have on Earth, but there are some rare minerals known only in meteorites. Two of them are cohenite and schreibersite. Main kinds of rocks. Rocks are the building blocks of the Earth's crust. They may be massive, as in granite ledges, or tiny. Soil, gravel, sand, and clay are rocks. There are three main types of rocks. 1. Igneous rocks are those formed at very high temperatures or from molten materials. They come from magmas, molten mixtures of minerals, often containing gases. They come from deep below the surface of the earth. If they cool off while below the surface, they form intrusive rocks, which may later be revealed by erosion. When magmas reach the surface red hot, they form extrusive rocks, such as volcanic rocks. Thus, granite is an igneous intrusive rock. Lava is an igneous extrusive rock. Notice how the type of rock tells its past history, if you know what to look for. 2. Sedimentary rocks are formed by the action of wind, water, or organisms. They cover about 3/4 of the Earth's surface. Most are laid down as sediments on the bottom of rivers, lakes, and seas. Many have been moved by water, wind, waves, currents, ice, or gravity. The most common sedimentary rocks are sandstones, limestones, conglomerates, and shales. Oil is found in sedimentary formations. 3. Metamorphic rocks are those that have been changed from what they were at first into something else, by heat, pressure, or chemical action. All kinds of rocks can be changed. The result is a new crystalline structure, the formation of new minerals, or a change in the rock's texture. Slate was once shale. Marble came from limestone. Gneiss is perhaps reworked granite. Igneous rocks are formed at high temperatures or from molten materials. They come from deep beneath the earth. They can be intrusive or extrusive, depending on where they cooled off. Sedimentary rocks are formed by the action of wind, water, or organisms. They usually are laid down on the bottom of rivers, lakes, and seas. Most of the Earth's surface is covered by these rocks. Oil is found in sedimentary formations. Metamorphic rocks have been changed from their original state into something else. Heat, pressure, chemical action change the crystalline structure, the texture, even form new minerals. All kind of rock can be changed. A word on fossils. Perhaps you'll find rock containing fossils, or even fossils by themselves. They should form a separate part of your collection. Fossils are the remains, or the outlines, of former plant or animal life buried in rock. The older the rock, the simpler the plant and animal life it contains. Thus fossils can give a clue to the age of the rock strata. Fossils can teach history. They tell us about plants and animals that are now extinct. The dinosaur, for example. They can also tell of ancient climates. Coral found in rocks in Greenland suggests it must have once been warm. Remains of fir and spruce trees have been found in the tropics. How are fossils formed? Teeth, bone, and wood don't last long in their original state. However, buried materials decompose, leaving a film of carbon as a fossil. This results in a leaf tracery, or the outlines of some simple animal. On a gigantic scale, this process of forming carbon has resulted in our great coal deposits. Sometimes the buried material is gradually replaced by silica or other substances making petrified objects. Wood can be replaced, cell by cell, by agate or opal from silica-bearing water. The result is petrified wood, the finest examples of which can be found in our Petrified Forest National Park in Arizona. This can happen to shells, too. How about molds and casts of footprints of ancient animals? A brontosaurus might have stomped along in soft, warm mud eons ago. The mud hardened, and later another layer of soft earth covered the print, preserving it. Collecting. If you want to collect rocks and minerals, just for the sake of having them, you can buy specimens. Many can be purchased for 25 cents to $1 each, while a rare specimen can cost hundreds of dollars. The true pleasure is in finding your own samples. Later, when you have a good-sized collection, you can fill gaps by buying specimens or swapping extras with other collectors. You will be amazed at the number of amateur collectors. Perhaps no branch of science owes more to the work of amateurs than mineralogy. Our great collection of minerals in the U.S. National Museum in Washington, D.C., was gathered almost entirely by 2 amateurs who devoted many years and much money to their hobby. Where to look? Look for pebbles by the roadside, in beds of streams and river banks. Go out into the country for ledges on hillsides. Every road cut, cliff, bank, excavation, or quarry shows rocks and minerals. Railroad cuts, rock pits, dump piles around mines, building sites, they'll all yield specimens. Some of the best mineral specimens collected in New York City came from skyscraper and subway excavations. Help a New England farmer clear his field and you'll have more rocks than you know what to do with. As for reference books, many states publish guides to mineral deposits. Mineralogical magazines list mineral localities. Tips for the field. Don't try to collect too much at once. Work early in the day or late in the afternoon. A hot sun on bare rock can make you sizzle, especially if you're loaded with equipment and samples. Here's the equipment to take. Newspapers for wrapping samples, notebook and pencil, geologist's pick, cold chisel, magnifying glass, compass, heavy gloves, a knife, and a knapsack. Later on you may want a Geiger counter for spotting radioactive rocks. Be selective. Hand-sized specimens are best. If your sample is too large, trim it to size, showing its most striking feature to best advantage. When you wrap the sample in newspaper, include a note telling when and where you found it. This information will be transcribed to a filing card when you add the specimens to your display, so make it as complete and accurate as you can. When you get home, clean specimens with soapy warm water applied with a soft brush. Soluble minerals like halite can't be washed, but should be rinsed with alcohol. A coat of clear lacquer will protect some samples against dirt. Arranging your collection. Put a spot of enamel on the specimen. Write on the spot, in India ink, a catalog number, and have this number refer to a card in a file drawer. The card should list date, place found, identification of specimen, etc. Group your samples: metallic minerals, semi-precious stones, non-metallic minerals. Display them on a shelf, or buy or build a mineral cabinet with partitioned drawers. For smaller samples, use a Riker mount with a glass top. A common rock. Here's the equipment to take: newspapers for wrapping samples, notebook and pencil, geologist's pick, cold chisel, magnifying glass, compass, heavy gloves, a knife, and a knapsack. What do I have? How do you identify specimens? Get books and magazines on rocks and minerals. Many have colored pictures that help. But identification is best made by noting the physical characteristics of the rock or mineral. For minerals, there's a hardness scale in which a mineral of the harder number can scratch a mineral of the lower number, but not be scratched by it. The scale is 1. Talc, 2. Gypsum, 3. Calcite, 4. Fluorite, 5. Apatite, 6. Orthoclase, 7. Quartz, 8. Topaz, 9. Corundum, 10. Diamond. Remember it by this silly sentence: the girls can flirt and other queer things can do. When on a trip, remember that a fingernail has a hardness of 2.5, a penny 3, a knife blade 5.5, and a steel file 6.5. Use these to scratch your sample and you can get an approximate idea of its hardness. You can buy a set of hardness points. They're pointed pieces of minerals set in brass tubes, each marked with its hardness scale. The set costs about $30, half that if you assemble your own. Other tests for identifying minerals include specific gravity, weight of mineral compared to the weight of an equal amount of water, optical properties and crystal form, color, and luster. Minerals differ in cleavage and fracture, how they come apart when cut. They leave distinctive streaks on unglazed porcelain. Some are magnetic, some have electrical properties, some glow under ultraviolet or black light, some are radioactive, some fuse under a low flame while others are unaffected. Many studies with the dissolved mineral can identify it beyond doubt. But most of these are too complicated for the beginner. As you read, look at pictures and samples, and talk with other rockhounds or leaders of mineralogy clubs. you'll get better at identifying rocks. Museum experts and your state's geologist can help too. Specific gravity balance, blowpipe analysis. Gems for the lucky few. If you're lucky, you'll find gems or semi-precious stones. Gems are the finer, more crystalline forms of minerals which are ordinarily less beautiful and spectacular. The true gems are diamonds, emeralds, rubies, and sapphires. All others are semi-precious and ornamental. Diamonds are pure carbon, but did you know that rubies and sapphires are corundum minerals, rare forms of alumina? In slightly different form, they'd turn up on emery paper. Other stones you might find are the quartz gems: rose quartz, amethyst, rock crystal, agate, jasper, bloodstone; or opaque gems such as jade, moonstone, lapis lazuli, obsidian, and turquoise. You don't have to find them. You can buy gems in the rough or in blanks, then cut and polish them to make your own jewelry or decorations. This takes practice, plus a cutting and polishing outfit, wood vise, maybe a diamond wheel. Or you could join a lapidary club that might already have the equipment. First learn to make cabochons, stones with round or curved surfaces. Then try cutting facets or faces in transparent gems. Learn by reading, working with an expert, trial and error. Making jewelry is fun, and collecting gems is as interesting as collecting rocks and minerals. It brings the world into your home. From the west come agates, jaspers, petrified woods; from the east, colorful marbles, serpentines, granites. Alaska, Idaho, Connecticut, or Austria will yield dark red garnets. Fine moonstones come from Ontario. Quartz crystals from Hot Springs, Arkansas, can be compared with similar ones from the Swiss Alps or Brazil. Rock collecting is a hobby you can tailor to your taste, but whether you concentrate on an area close to home or travel across whole continents, you'll find that the pleasure and knowledge you gain from your collection are matched by the fun and adventure of the search. Drop sticks to hold stones. Diamond cutting wheel. End of Let's Collect Rocks and Shells by Shell Oil Company.
H.R. 1913 Local Law Enforcement Hate Crimes Prevention Act of 2009 by the United States House of Representatives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H.R. 1913 RFS 111th Congress, First Session, H.R. 1913, in the Senate of the United States, April 30, 2009. Received, read twice, and referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. An act to provide federal assistance to states, local jurisdictions, and Indian tribes to prosecute hate crimes, and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 1. Short title. This act may be cited as the Local Law Enforcement Hate Crimes Prevention Act of 2009. Section 2. Definition of hate crime. In this act, 1. The term crime of violence has the meaning given that term in Section 16, Title 18, United States Code. 2. The term hate crime has the meaning given such term in Section 280003A of the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994, 28 United States Code 994 Note, and 3. The term local means a county, city, town, township, parish, village, or other general purpose political subdivision of a state. Section 3. Support for criminal investigations and prosecutions by state, local, and tribal law enforcement officials. A. Assistance other than financial assistance. 1. In general, at the request of a state, local, or tribal law enforcement agency, the Attorney General may provide technical, forensic, prosecutorial, or any other form of assistance in the criminal investigation or prosecution of any crime that a. constitutes a crime of violence, b. constitutes a felony under the state, local, or tribal laws, and c. is motivated by prejudice based on the actual or perceived race, color, religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability of the victim, or is a violation of the state, local, or tribal hate crime laws. 2. Priority. In providing assistance under paragraph 1, the Attorney General shall give priority to crimes committed by offenders who have committed crimes in more than one state, and to rural jurisdictions that have difficulty covering the extraordinary expenses relating to the investigation or prosecution of the crime. B. Grants. 1. In general, the Attorney General may award grants to state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies for extraordinary expenses associated with the investigation and prosecution of hate crimes. 2. Office of Justice Programs. In implementing the grant program under this subsection, the Office of Justice Program shall work closely with grantees to ensure that the concerns and needs of all affected parties, including community groups and schools, colleges, and universities, are addressed through the local infrastructure developed under the grants. 3. Application. A. In general, each state, local, or tribal law enforcement agency that desires a grant under this subsection shall submit an application to the Attorney General at such time, in such manner, and accompanied by or containing such information as the Attorney General shall reasonably require. B. Date for submission. Application submitted pursuant to subparagraph A shall be submitted during the 60-day period beginning on a date that the Attorney General shall prescribe. C. Requirements. A state, local, or tribal law enforcement agency applying for a grant under this subsection shall 1. Describe the extraordinary purposes for which the grant is needed. 2. Certify that the state, local government, or Indian tribe lacks the resources necessary to investigate or prosecute the hate crime. 3. Demonstrate that, in developing a plan to implement the grant, the state, local, or tribal law enforcement agency has consulted and coordinated with nonprofit, non-governmental violence recovery service programs that have experience in providing services to victims of hate crimes. And 4. Certify that any federal funds received under this subsection shall be used to supplement, not supplant, non-federal funds that would otherwise be available for activities funded under this subsection. 4. Deadline. An application for a grant under this subsection shall be approved or denied by the Attorney General not later than 180 business days after the date on which the Attorney General receives the application. 5. Grant amount. A grant under this subsection shall not exceed $100,000 for any single jurisdiction in any 1-year period. 6. Report. Not later than December 31st, 2011, the Attorney General shall submit to Congress a report describing the applications submitted for grants under this subsection, the award of such grants, and the purposes for which the grant amounts were expended. 7. Authorization of appropriations. There is authorized to be appropriated to carry out this subsection $5 million for each of fiscal years 2010 and 2011. Section 4. Grant Program. A. Authority to award grants. The Office of Justice Programs or the Department of Justice may award grants in accordance with such regulations as the Attorney General may prescribe to state, local, or tribal programs designed to combat hate crimes committed by juveniles, including programs to train local law enforcement officers in identifying, investigating, prosecuting, and preventing hate crimes. B. Authorization of appropriations. There are authorized to be appropriated such sums as may be necessary to carry out this section. Section 5. Authorization for additional personnel to assist state, local, and tribal law enforcement. There are authorized to be appropriated to the Department of Justice, including the Community Relations Service for fiscal years 2010, 2011, and 2012, such sums as are necessary to increase the number of personnel to prevent and respond to alleged violations of Section 249 of Title 18 United States Code, as added by Section 7 of this Act. Section 6. Prohibition of certain hate crime acts. A. In general, Chapter 13 of Title 18 United States Code is amended by adding at the end the following. Section 249. Hate Crime Acts. A. In general, 1. Offenses involving actual or perceived race, color, religion, or national origin. Whoever, whether or not acting under color of law, willfully causes bodily injury to any person or, through the use of fire, a firearm, a dangerous weapon, or an explosive or incendiary device, attempts to cause bodily injury to any person because of the actual or perceived race, color, religion, or national origin of any person, A. Shall be imprisoned not more than 10 years, fined in accordance with this title, or both, and B. Shall be imprisoned for any term of years or for life, fined in accordance with this title, or both, if 1. Death results from the offense, or 2. The offense includes kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill. 2. Offenses involving actual or perceived religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability. A. In general, whoever, whether or not acting under color of law, in any circumstance described in subparagraph B, willfully causes bodily injury to any person, or, through the use of fire, a firearm, a dangerous weapon, or an explosive or incendiary device, attempts to cause bodily injury to any person because of the actual or perceived religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability of any person, 1. Shall be imprisoned not more than 10 years, fined in accordance with this title, or both, and 2. Shall be imprisoned for any term of years or for life, fined in accordance with this title, or both, if 1. Death results from the offense, or 2. The offense includes kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill. B. Circumstances described. For purposes of subparagraph A, these circumstances described in this subparagraph are that 1. The conduct described in subparagraph A occurs during the course of, or as a result of, travel of the defendant or the victim. 1. Across a state line or national border, or 2. Using a channel, facility, or instrumentality of interstate or foreign commerce. 2. The defendant uses a channel, facility, or instrumentality of interstate or foreign commerce in connection with the conduct described in subparagraph A. 3. In connection with the conduct described in subparagraph A, the defendant employs a firearm, explosive, or incendiary device, or other weapon that has traveled in interstate or foreign commerce. Or 4. The conduct described in subparagraph A, 1. Interferes with commercial or other economic activity in which the victim is engaged at the time of the conduct, or 2. Otherwise affects interstate or foreign commerce. 3. Additional federal nexus for offense. Whoever in special maritime or territorial jurisdiction of the United States or an Indian country engages in conduct described in paragraph 1 or in paragraph 2a, without regard to whether that conduct occurred in a circumstance described in paragraph 2b, shall be subject to the same penalties as those provided for offenses under those paragraphs. B. Certification requirement. No prosecution of any offense described in this subsection may be undertaken by the United States, except under the certification in writing of the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General, the Associate Attorney General, or any Assistant Attorney General specially designated by the Attorney General, that 1. Such certifying individual has reasonable cause to believe that the actual or perceived race, color, religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability of any person was a motivating factor underlying the alleged conduct of the defendant. And 2. Such certifying individual has consulted with state or local law enforcement officials regarding prosecution and determined that a. The state does not have jurisdiction or does not intend to exercise jurisdiction. B. The state has requested that the federal government assume jurisdiction. C. The state does not object to the federal government assuming jurisdiction. Or D. The verdict or sentence obtained pursuant to state charges left demonstratively unvindicated the federal interest in eradicating bias-motivated violence. C. Definitions. 1. In this section, a. The term explosive or incendiary device has the meaning given such term in section 232 of this title. B. The term firearm has the meaning given such term in section 921A of this title. And C. The term state includes the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and any other territory or possession of the United States. 2. For the purposes of this chapter, the term gender identity means actual or perceived gender-related characteristics. D. Statute of limitations. 1. Offenses not resulting in death, except as provided in paragraph 2. No person shall be prosecuted, tried, or punished for any offense under this section unless the indictment for such offense is found, or the information for such offense is instituted not later than 7 years after the date on which the offense was committed. 2. Death resulting offenses. An indictment or information alleging that an offense under this section resulted in death may be found or instituted at any time without limitation. E. Rule of evidence. In a prosecution for an offense under this section, evidence of expression or associations of the defendant may not be introduced as substantive evidence at trial, unless the evidence specifically relates to that offense. However, nothing in this section affects the rules of evidence governing impeachment of a witness. B. Technical and conforming amendment. The table of sections at the beginning of Chapter 13 of Title 18, United States Code, is amended by adding at the end the following new item: 249 Hate Crime Acts. Section 7. Severability. If any provision of this Act, an amendment made by this Act, or the application of such provision or amendment to any person or circumstance is held to be unconstitutional, the remainder of this Act, the amendments made by this Act, and the application of the provision of such to any persons or circumstance shall not be affected thereby. Section 8. Rule of Construction. Nothing in this Act, or the amendments made by this Act, shall be construed to prohibit any expressive conduct protected from legal prohibition by, or any activities protected by, the Constitution. Passed, House of Representatives, April 29, 2009. Attest, Clerk. End of H.R. 1913. Local Law Enforcement Hate Crimes Prevention Act of 2009 by the United States House of Representatives. Recorded by Craig Campbell in Appleton, Wisconsin in 2009.
Meditation 17 by John Donne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Craig Smith. Nunc lento sonito dicent morieris. Now this bell tolling softly for another says to me, thou must die. Perchance he for whom this bell tolls may be so ill as that he knows not it tolls for him, and perchance I may think myself so much better than I am, as that they who are about me, and see my state, may have caused it to toll for me, and I know not that. The Church is Catholic, universal. So are all her actions. All that she does belongs to all. When she baptizes a child, that action concerns me, for that child is thereby connected to that head which is my head too, and engrafted into that body whereof I am a member. And when she buries a man, that action concerns me. All mankind is of one author, and is one volume. When one man dies, one chapter is not torn out of the book, but translated into a better language. And every chapter must be so translated. God employs several translators. Some pieces are translated by age, some by sickness, some by war, some by justice. But God's hand is in every translation, and his hand shall bind up all our scattered leaves again, for that library where every book shall lie open to one another. As therefore the bell that rings to a sermon calls not upon the preacher only, but upon the congregation to come, so this bell calls us all. But how much more me, who am brought so near the door by this sickness? There was a contention as far as a suit, in which both piety and dignity, religion and estimation were mingled, which of the religious orders should ring to prayers first in the morning, and it was determined that they should ring first that rose earliest. If we understand aright the dignity of this bell that tolls for our evening prayer, we would be glad to make it ours by rising early in that application, that it might be ours, as well as his, whose indeed it is. The bell doth toll for him that thinks it doth. And though it intermit again, yet from that minute that that occasion wrought upon him, he is united to God. Who casts not up his eye to the sun when it rises? But who takes off his eye from a comet when that breaks out? Who bends not his ear to any bell which upon any occasion rings? But who can remove it from that bell which is passing a piece of himself out of this world? No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manner of thy friends or of thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Neither can we call this a begging of misery, or a borrowing of misery, as though we were not miserable enough of ourselves, but must fetch in more from the next house in taking upon us the misery of our neighbors. Truly, it were an excusable covetousness if we did. For affliction is a treasure, and scarce any man hath enough of it. No man hath affliction enough that is not matured, and ripened by it, and made fit for God by that affliction. If a man carry treasure in bullion, or in a wedge of gold, and have none coined into current moneys, his treasure will not defray him as he travels. Tribulation is treasure in the nature of it, but it is not current money in the use of it, except we get nearer and nearer our home, heaven, by it. Another man may be sick too, and sick to death, and this affliction may lie in his bowels, as gold in a mine, and be of no use to him. But this bell that tells me of his affliction digs out and applies that gold to me, if, by this consideration of another's danger, I take mine own into contemplation, and so secure myself by making my recourse to God, who is our only security. End of Meditation 17 by John Donne.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Message to Garcia by Elbert Hubbard. Apologia. This literary trifle, A Message to Garcia, was written one evening after supper in a single hour. It was on the 22nd of February, 1899, Washington's birthday, and we were just going to press with the March Philistine. The thing leaped hot from my heart, written after a trying day, when I had been endeavoring to train some rather delinquent villagers to abjure the comatose state and get radioactive. The immediate suggestion, though, came from a little argument over the teacups, when my boy Bert suggested that Rowan was the real hero of the Cuban War. Rowan had gone alone and done the thing, carried the message to Garcia. It came to me like a flash. Yeah, the boy is right. The hero is the man who does his work, who carries the message to Garcia. I got up from the table and wrote A Message to Garcia. I thought so little of it at the time we ran it in the magazine without a heading. The edition went out, and soon orders began to come in for extra copies of the March Philistine. A dozen, 50, 100, and when the American News Company ordered 1,000, I asked one of my helpers which article it was that had stirred up the cosmic dust. "It's the stuff about Garcia," he said. The next day a telegram came from George H. Daniels of the New York Central Railroad, thus: "Give a price on 100,000 Rowan article in the pamphlet form. Empire State Express advertisement on back. And how soon can you ship?" I replied, giving price, and stated we could supply the pamphlets in 2 years. Our facilities were small, and 100,000 booklets looked like an awful undertaking. The result was that I gave Mr. Daniels permission to reprint the article in his own way. He issued it in booklet form in editions of 500,000. 2 or 3 of those 500,000 lots were sent out by Mr. Daniels, and in addition the article was reprinted in over 200 magazines and newspapers. It has been translated into all written languages. At the time Mr. Daniels was distributing The Message to Garcia, Prince Halkalov, director of Russian railways, was in this country. He was the guest of the New York Central, and he made a tour of the country under the personal direction of Mr. Daniels. The prince saw the little book and was interested in it, more because Mr. Daniels was putting it out in such big numbers, probably, than otherwise. In any event, when I got home, he had the matter translated into Russian and a copy of the booklet given to every railroad employee in Russia. Other countries then took it up, and from Russia it passed into Germany, France, Spain, Turkey, Hindustan, and China. During the war between Russia and Japan, every Russian soldier who went to the front was given a copy of the message to Garcia. The Japanese, finding the booklets in possession of the Russian prisoners, concluded that it must be a good thing, and accordingly translated into Japanese, and on an order of Mikado, a copy was given to every man in the employ of the Japanese government, soldier or civilian. Over 40 million copies of A Message to Garcia have been printed. This is said to be a larger circulation than any other literary venture has ever attained during the lifetime of the author in all history, thanks to a series of lucky accidents. E.H. East Aurora, December 1st, 1913. A Message to Garcia. In this Cuban business there is one man stands out on the horizon of my memory like Mars at perihelion. When war broke out between Spain and the United States, it was very necessary to communicate quickly with the leader of the insurgents. Garcia was somewhere in the mountain fastnesses of Cuba. No one knew where. No mail or telegraph message could reach him. The president must secure his cooperation, and quickly. What to do? Someone said to the president, "There is a fellow by the name of Rowan who will find Garcia for you if anyone can." Rowan was sent for and given a letter to be delivered to Garcia. How the fellow with the name of Rowan took the letter, sealed it up in an oilskin pouch, strapped it over his heart, in 4 days landed by night off the coast of Cuba from an open boat, disappeared into the jungle, and in 3 weeks came out on the other side of the island, having traversed a hostile country on foot, and delivered his letter to Garcia, are things I have no special desire now to tell in detail. The point is that I wish to make this. McKinley gave Rowan a letter to be delivered to Garcia. Rowan took the letter and did not ask, "Where is he at?" By the Eternal, there is a man from which should be cast in deathless bronze, and the statue placed in every college of the land. It is not book learning young men need, nor instruction about this and that, but a stiffening of the vertebrae that will cause them to be loyal and to trust, to act promptly, concentrate their energies, do the thing, carry a message to Garcia. General Garcia is dead now, but there are other Garcias. No man who has endeavored to carry out an enterprise where many hands are needed, but has been well nigh appalled at times by the imbecility of the average man, the inability or unwillingness to concentrate on a thing and do it. Shipshod assistance, foolish inattention, dowdy indifference, and half-hearted work seem to be the rule, and no man succeeds unless by hook or by crook or threat he forces or bribes other men to assist him, or mayhap God in his goodness performs a miracle and sends him an angel of light for an assistant. You reader, put this matter to a test. You are sitting now in your office. 6 clerks are within call. Summon any one and make this request. Please look in the encyclopedia and make a brief memorandum for me concerning the life of Correggio. Will the clerk quietly say yes, sir, and go do the task? On your life he will not. He will look at you out of the fishy eye and ask one or more of the following questions. Who was he? Which encyclopedia? Was I hired for that? Don't you mean Bismarck? What's the matter with Charlie doing it? Is he dead? Is there any hurry? Shan't I bring you the book and let you look it up yourself? What do you want to know for? And I will lay you 10 to 1 that after you have answered the questions and explained how to find the information and why you want it, the clerk will go off and get one of the other clerks to help him try to find Garcia, and then come back and tell you that there was no such man. Of course, I may lose my bet, but according to the law of average, I will not. Now, if you are wise, you will not bother to explain to your assistant that Correggio is indexed under the C's and not the K's, but you will smile very sweetly and say, "Never mind," and go look it up yourself. And this incapacity for independent action, this moral stupidity this infirmity of the will, this unwillingness to cheerfully catch hold and lift. These are the things that put pure socialism so far into the future. If men will not act for themselves, what will they do when the benefit of their effort is for all? A first mate with a knotted club seems necessary, and the dread of getting the bounce. Saturday night holds many a worker in his place. Advertise for a stenographer, and 9 out of 10 who apply can neither spell nor punctuate, and do not think it necessary to. Can such a one write a letter to Garcia? You see, that bookkeeper said the foreman to me in a large factory. Yes, what about him? Well, he's a fine accountant, but if I'd send him uptown on an errand, he might accomplish the errand all right, and on the other hand, he might stop at 4 saloons on the way, and when he got to Main Street would forget what he had been sent for. Can such a man be entrusted to carry a message to Garcia? We have recently been hearing much maudlin sympathy expressed for the downtrodden denizens of the sweatshop, and the homeless wanderer searching for honest employment. And with it all often go many hard words for the men in power. Nothing is said about the employer who grows old before his time in a vain attempt to get flowsy ne'er-do-wells to do intelligent work, and his long patient striving after help, that does nothing but loaf when his back is turned. In every store and factory there is a constant weeding out process going on. The employer is constantly sending away help who have shown their incapacity to further the interests of the business, and others are being taken on. No matter how good times are, this sorting continues. Only if times are hard and work is scarce, the sorting is done finer. But out and forever, out the incompetent and unworthy go, and the survival is of the fittest. Self-interest prompts every employer to keep the best, those who can carry a message to Garcia. I know one man of the really brilliant parts who has not the ability to manage a business of his own, and yet he is absolutely worthless to anyone else, because he carries with him constantly the insane suspicion that his employer is oppressing or intending to oppress him. He cannot give orders and will not receive them. Should a message be given him to take to Garcia, his answer would probably be, "Take it yourself." Tonight this man walks the streets looking for work, the wind whistling through his threadbare coat. No one who knows him dare employ him, for he is a regular firebrand of discontent. He is impervious to reason, and the only thing that can impress him is the toe of the thick-holed number 9 boot. Of course, I know that no one so morally deformed is no less to be pitied than a physical cripple. But in our pitying, let us drop a tear, too, for the men who are striving to carry on the great enterprise, whose working hours are not limited by the whistle, and whose hair is fast turning white through the struggle to hold in line dowdy indifference, slipshod imbecility, and the heartless ingratitude which, but for their enterprise, would be both hungry and homeless. Have I put the matter too strongly? Possibly I have. But when all the world has gone a-slumming, I wish to speak a word of sympathy for the man who succeeds, the man who against great odds has directed the efforts of others, and having succeeded finds there's nothing in it. Nothing but bare board and clothes. I have carried a dinner pail and worked for a day's wages, and I have also been an employer of labor, and I know that there is something to be said for both sides. There is no excellence per se in poverty. Rags are no recommendation, and all employers are not rapacious and high-handed, any more than all poor men are virtuous. My heart goes out to the man who does his work when the boss is away as well as when he is at home, and the man who, when given a letter for Garcia, quietly takes the missive without asking any idiotic questions, and with no lurking intentions of chucking it into the nearest sewer, or doing aught else but deliver it, never gets laid off, nor has to go on a strike for higher wages. Civilization is one long anxious search for just such individuals. Anything such a man asks shall be granted. He is wanted in every city, town, and village, in every office, shop, store, and factory. The world cries out for such. He is needed, and needed badly, the man who can carry a message to Garcia. End of A Message to Garcia by Elbert Hubbard.
Preface to God and My Neighbor by Robert Blatchford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Preface to God and My Neighbor by Robert Blatchford. Infidel! I put the word in capitals because it is my new name, and I want to get used to it. Infidel! The name has been bestowed on me by several Christian gentlemen as a reproach, but to my ears it has a quaint and not unpleasing sound. Infidel, the notorious infidel editor of the Clarion, is the form used by one true believer. The words recurred to my mind suddenly while I was taking my favorite black pipe for a walk along the pleasant Strand, and I felt a smile glimmer within as I repeated them. Which is worse, to be a demagogue or an infidel? I am both, for while many professed Christians contrive to serve both God and Mammon, the depravity of my nature seems to forbid my serving either. It was a mild day in mid-August, not cold for the time of year. I had been laid up for a few days, and my back was unpropitious, and I was tired. But I felt very happy for so bad a man, since the sunshine was clear and genial, and my pipe went as easily as a dream. Besides, one's fellow creatures are so amusing, especially in the Strand. I had seen a proud and gorgeously upholstered lady lolling languidly in a motor car and looking extremely pleased with herself, not without reason. And I had met two successful men of great presence, who reminded me somehow of Porkin and Snob, and I had noticed a droll little bundle of a baby, in a fawn-colored woolen suit, with a belt slipped almost to her knees, and sweet round eyes, as purple as pansies, who was hunting a rolling apple amongst the wild mob's million feet. And I had seen a worried-looking matron frantically waving her umbrella to the driver of an omnibus, endanger the silk hat of Porkin and disturb the complacency of Snob, and I felt glad. It was at that moment that there popped into my head the full style and title I had earned: Notorious Infidel Editor of the Clarion. These be brave words, indeed. For a moment they almost flattered me into the belief that I had become a member of the higher criminal classes, a bold bad man like Guy Fawkes or Kruger or R.B. Cunningham Graham. You ought, I said to myself, to dress the part. You ought to have an S.D.P. sombrero, a slow wise Fabian smile, and the mysterious trousers of a Soho conspirator. But at that instant I caught a sight of my counterfeit presentment in a shop window, and veiled my haughty crest. That a notorious infidel. Behold a dumpy, comfortable British paterfamilias in a light flannel suit and a faded sun hat. No, it will not do. Not a bit like Mephisto, much more like the miller of the Dee. Indeed, I am not an irreligious man, really. I am rather a religious man, and this is not an irreligious, but rather a religious book. Such thoughts should make men humble. After all, may not even John Burns be human? May not Mr. Chamberlain himself have a heart that can feel for another? Gentle reader, that was a wise as well as a charitable man who taught us there is honor among thieves. Although, having never been a member of Parliament himself, he must have spoken from hearsay. For all that, Robert, you're a notorious infidel. I paused, just opposite the Tivoli, and gazed moodily up and down the Strand. As I have remarked elsewhere, I like the Strand. It is a very human place. But I own that the Strand lacks dignity and beauty, and that amongst its varied odors the odor of sanctity is scarce perceptible. There are no trees in the Strand. The thoroughfare should be wider. The architecture is, for the most part, banal. For a chief street in a Christian capital, the Strand is not eloquent of high national ideals. There are derelict churches in the Strand, and dingy, blatant taverns, and strident signs and hoardings, and there are slums hard by. There are thieves in the Strand, and prowling vagrants, and gaunt hawkers, and touts, and gamblers, and loitering failures, with tragic eyes and wilted garments, and prostitutes plying for hire. And east and west and north and south of the Strand there is London. Is there a man amongst all London's millions brave enough to tell the naked truth about the vice and crime, the misery and meanness, the hypocrisies and shames of the great, rich, heathen city? Were such a man to arise amongst us and voice the awful truth, what would his reception be? How would he fare at the hands of the press and the public and the church? As London is, so is England. This is a Christian country. What would Christ think of Park Lane, and the slums and the hooligans? What would he think of the Stock Exchange, and the music hall and the race course? What would he think of our national ideals? What would he think of the House of Peers, and the bench of bishops, and the yellow press? Pausing again, over against Exeter Hall, I mentally apostrophize the Christian British people. Ladies and gentlemen, I say, you are Christian in name, but I discern little of Christ in your ideals, your institutions, or your daily lives. You are a mercenary, self-indulgent, frivolous, boastful, blood-guilty mob of heathen. I like you very much, but that is what you are, and it is you who call men infidels. You ridiculous creatures, what do you mean by it? If to praise Christ in words and deny him in deeds be Christianity, then London is a Christian city, and England is a Christian nation. For it is very evident that our common English ideals are anti-Christian, and that our commercial, foreign, and social affairs are run on anti-Christian lines. Renan says in his Life of Jesus that were Jesus to return amongst us, he would recognize as his disciples not those who imagine they can compress him into a few catechismal phrases, but those who labor to carry on his work. My Christian friends, I am a socialist, and as such believe in and work for universal freedom and universal brotherhood and universal peace. And you are Christians, and I am an infidel. Well, be it even so. I am an infidel, and I now ask leave to tell you why. End of Preface to God and My Neighbor by Robert Blatchford.
A refutation of the charges made against the Confederate States of America of having authorized the use of explosive and poisoned musket and rifle balls during the late Civil War of 1861-65. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by FNH. A refutation of the charges made against the Confederate States of America of having authorized the use of explosive and poisoned musket and rifle balls during the late Civil War of 1861-65. By Horace Edwin Hayden. Explosive and poisoned musket and rifle balls. The following remarkable statement occurs as a note to the account of the Battle of Gettysburg on page 78, volume 3 of The Pictorial History of the Civil War in the United States of America by Benson J. Lossing, LL.D. Many, mostly young men, were maimed in every conceivable way by every kind of weapon and missile, the most fiendish of which was an explosive and a poisoned bullet, represented in the engraving a little more than half the size of the originals, procured from the battlefield there by the writer. These were sent by the Confederates. Whether any were ever used by the Nationals, the writer is not informed. One was made to explode in the body of the man, and the other to leave a deadly poison in him, whether the bullet lodged in or passed through him. Figure A represents the explosive bullet. The perpendicular stem, with a piece of thin copper hollowed, and a head over it of bullet metal, fitted a cavity in the bullet proper below it, as seen in the engraving. In the bottom of the cavity was fulminating powder. When the bullet struck, the momentum would cause the copper in the outer disc to flatten, and allow the point of the stem to strike and explode the fulminating powder, when the bullet would be rent into fragments, which would lacerate the victim. In Figure B, the bullet proper was hollowed, into which was inserted another, also hollow, containing poison. The latter, being loose, would slip out and remain in the victim's body or limbs with its freight of poison if the bullet proper should pass through. Among the Confederate wounded at the college were boys of tender age, and men who had been forced into the ranks against their will. The italics I am responsible for. It is difficult for those who live at the South to realize how extensively such insinuating slanders as the above against the Confederates are credited by the North, even by reading people. I purpose in this paper to examine the statement of the author of this pictorial history, and to show by indisputable proof its recklessness and its falsity. In the above quotation, he states that he had picked up on the battlefield of Gettysburg an explosive and a poisoned ball. These, he adds, were sent by the Confederates. Whether any were ever used by the Nationals, the writer is not informed. I do not desire to be severe beyond justice, but it does seem that as no one has ventured to inform him to the contrary, this author accepted the silence of the world and deliberately put into print this slander against the Confederates, without having made any apparent effort to learn, as he could have done with ease, whether his statement had any basis of truth. It is with entire confidence in the facts presented in this paper that I deny this author's statement above to be a statement of fact. I do more than this. 1. I most emphatically deny that the Confederate States ever authorized the use of explosive or poisoned musket or rifle balls. 2. I most emphatically assert that the United States did purchase, authorize, issue, and use explosive musket or rifle balls during the late Civil War, and that they were thus officially authorized and used at the Battle of Gettysburg. It happened in 1864, the day after the Negro troops made their desperate and drunken charge on the Confederate lines to the left of Chaffin's farm, and were so signally repulsed, that the writer, who was located in the trenches a mile still further to the left, picked up in the field outside the trenches assailed by the Negroes some of the cartridges these poor black victims had dropped, containing the very explosive ball described in the above quotation, and charged to the Confederates. I have preserved one of these balls ever since. It lies before me as I write. It is similar to Figure A, but with a zinc and not a copper disc. It never contained any fulminating powder. The construction of the ball led me to make investigations to ascertain its purpose. At first I thought it might have been made to leave in the body of the person struck by it 3 pieces of metal instead of 1, to irritate, and possibly destroy life. But this theory appeared to me so fiendish that I was unwilling to accept it, and I have become convinced, after more careful examination, that the purpose of the ball was to increase the momentum by forcing in the cap and expanding the disc so as to fill up the grooves of the rifle. The correctness of this view will be proven in this paper. In the first place, although the charge made by the author of the pictorial history of the Civil War against the Confederates of having used explosive and poisoned balls has been made before, and often repeated since, it has never been supported by one grain of proof. How did this author ascertain that the balls he picked up on the battlefield of Gettysburg were sent by the Confederates? How did he learn that one was an explosive and the other was a poison projectile? Did he test the explosive power of the one and the poisonous character of the other? He gives no evidence of having done so, and advances no proof of his assertions. It is a very remarkable fact that no case was ever reported in Northern hospitals or of Northern surgeons of Union soldiers having been wounded by such barbarous missiles as these from the Confederate side. I have very carefully examined those valuable quarto volumes issued by the United States Medical Department and entitled The Medical Surgical History of the Rebellion, and as yet have failed to find any case of wound or death reported as having occurred by an explosive or poisoned musket ball, excepting that on page 91 of Volume 2 of said work there is a table of 4,002 cases of gunshot wounds to the scalp, 2 of which occurred by explosive musket balls. To which army these 2 belonged does not appear. A letter addressed to the Surgeon General of the United States by the writer on this subject has elicited the reply that the Medical Department is without any information as to wounds by such missiles. I do not find such projectiles noticed as preserved in the museum of the Surgeon General's Department, where rifle projectiles taken from wounds are usually deposited. In the second place, the manufacture, purchase, issue, or use of such projectiles for firearms by the Confederate States is positively denied by the Confederate authorities, as the following correspondence will show. Beauvoir, Miss, 28th June, 1879. My dear Sir, in reply to your inquiries as to the use of explosive or poisoned balls by the troops of the Confederate States, I state as positively as one may in such a case that the charge has no foundation in truth. Our government certainly did not manufacture or import such balls, and if any were captured from the enemy, they could probably only have been used in the captured arms for which they were suited. I heard occasionally that the enemy did use explosive balls, and others prepared so as to leave a copper ring in the wound, but it was always spoken of as an atrocity beneath knighthood and abhorrent to civilization. The slander is only one of many instances in which our enemy have committed or attempted crimes of which our people and their government were incapable, and then magnified the guilt by accusing us of the offences they had committed. Believe me, ever faithfully yours, Jefferson Davis. General Josiah Gorgas, the Chief of Ordnance of the Confederate States, now of the University of Alabama, writes, under date of July 11, 1879, that to his knowledge the Confederate States never authorized or used explosive or poisoned rifle balls during the late war. In this statement also General I. M. St. John and General John Ellicott, both of the Ordnance Bureau, Confederate States Army, entirely concur. The Adjutant General of the United States also writes me under date of August 22, 1879, as to the Confederate archives now in the possession of the national government as follows. In reply to yours of the 18th August, I have the honor to inform you that the Confederate States records in the possession of this department furnish no evidence that the poisoned or explosive musket balls were used by the Army of the Confederate States. Reverend J. William Jones, D.D., Secretary of the Southern Historical Society, has written me to the same effect as to the archives in possession of the Society. In the third place, a brief examination of the United States Patent Office reports for 1862-3 and the Ordnance reports for 1863-4 will show that the explosive and the poisoned balls, which the author of the Pictorial History of the Civil War so gratuitously charges upon the Confederates, were patented by the United States Patent Office at Washington, and were purchased, issued, and used by the United States government, and what is still more remarkable, that neither of the aforesaid projectiles were in any sense explosive or poisoned. In the Patent Office report for 1862-3 will be found the following, with the corresponding illustration in the second volume. Number 37,145, Elijah D. Williams of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Improvement in elongated bullets. Patent dated December 9, 1862. This invention consists in the combination with an elongated expanding bullet of a leaded pin and a concave expanding disc, the disc having its concave side against the base of the bullet, and the pin entering the cavity thereof and operating to produce the flattening of the disc, by which it is caused to expand against the walls of and enter the grooves of the gun. Claim. First, the combination with elongated expanding bullets of a pin, C, and expanding disc, B, applied substantially as herein specified. Second, fitting the pin to the cavity of the bullet in the manner substantially as herein specified, whereby the expansion of the bullet is caused to commence in the front part of expanding portion, and to be gradually continued towards the rear, as herein set forth. So much for the explosive ball sent by the Confederates. In the same volume of the Patent Office reports will be found also the following. Number 36,197, Ira W. Shaler of Brooklyn, New York, and Reuben Shaler of Madison, Connecticut, Assigned to Ira W. Shaler aforesaid. Improvement in compound bullet for small arms. Patent dated August 12, 1862. This projectile is composed of 2 or more parts which fit the bore of the barrel and so constructed that the forward end of each of the parts in the rear of the front one enters a cavity in the rear of the one before it, and is formed in relation to the same in such a manner as to separate from it after leaving the barrel of the gun and make a slight deviation in its line of flight from that of its predecessor. Claim. The projectile, hereinbefore described, made up of 2 or more parts, each of equal diameter, constructed as set forth so as to separate from each other. No illustration of this projectile appears in the illustrated volume of patents, but an official drawing of it from the Patent Office lies before me. The ball is slightly different from Figure B, in that it is here perfect, and Figure B gives but 2 parts of the missile. So much for the poisoned ball sent by the Confederates. Any person ought to know perfectly well that it was not necessary to invent or construct a rifle ball especially adapted to carry poison, when the common Minnie ball itself, dipped into liquid poison and coated as ball cartridges are usually finished with wax or tallow, would have effected the same purpose. To what extent the bullets of Williams and Shaler were used during the late war by the United States troops, the following official communication from the War Department at Washington, under date of September the 16th, 1879, will show. Sir, in reply to your letter of the 9th instant to the Secretary of War, I have to inform you that during the late war a great many of the bullets patented by Elijah D. Williams and about 200,000 of those patented by Ira W. Shaler were used by the United States. Respectfully, your obedient servant, S. C. Lyford, Acting Chief of Ordnance. In the 4th place, in repelling and refuting the charge against the Confederates of having used explosive musket or rifle projectiles, I charge the United States government with not only patenting but purchasing and using, especially at the Battle of Gettysburg, an explosive musket shell. Nor do I trust to my imagination, but I present the facts, which are as follows. In April 1862, the Commissioner of Public Buildings at Washington brought to the attention of the Assistant Secretary of War, then Mr. John Tucker, the explosive musket shell invented by Samuel Gardner, Jr. The Assistant Secretary at once referred the matter to General James W. Ripley, who was then the Chief of Ordnance Bureau at Washington. What action was taken will appear when it is stated that in May 1862 the Chief of Ordnance at the West Point Military Academy made a report to the government of a trial of the Gardner musket shell. In May 1862 Mr. Gardner offered to sell some of his explosive musket shells to the government at a stipulated price. His application was referred to General Ripley with the following endorsement. Will General Ripley consider whether this explosive shell will be a valuable missile in battle? A. Lincoln. General Ripley replied that it had no value as a service projectile. In June 1862, Brigadier General Rufus King at Fredericksburg made a requisition for some of the Gardner musket shells. On referring this application to the Chief of Ordnance, General Ripley, that old army officer whose sense of right must have been shocked at this instance of barbarism, a second time recorded his disapproval, replying that it was not advisable to furnish any such missiles to the troops at present in service. In September 1862, the Chief of Ordnance of the 11th Corps, United States Army, recommended the shell to the Assistant Secretary of War, who ordered 10,000 rounds to be purchased, made into cartridges. Of this number, 200 were issued to Mr. Gardner for trial by the 11th Corps. In October 1862, the Chief of Ordnance of the 11th Corps, then in reserve near Halifax Court House, sent in a requisition endorsed by the General commanding the Corps for 20,000 Gardner musket shells and cartridges. The Assistant Secretary of War referred the matter to the Chief of Ordnance, General Ripley, who for the 3rd time recorded his disapproval of such issue. Nevertheless, the Assistant Secretary of War ordered the issue to be made to the 11th Corps of the remaining 9,800 shells and cartridges, which order was obeyed. In November 1862, Mr. Gardner offered to sell to the United States his explosive musket shell and cartridge at $35 per 1,000, caliber 58. The Assistant Secretary of War at once ordered 100,000, of which 75,000 were caliber 58 for infantry and 25,000 caliber 54 for cavalry service. In June 1863, The 2nd New Hampshire Volunteers made a requisition of 35,000 of these shells, and by order of the Assistant Secretary of War they received 24,000. Of this number, 10,060 were abandoned in Virginia, and 13,940 distributed to the regiment. The report of this regiment, made subsequently, shows that in the 3rd quarter of 1863, that is, from July 1st to October 1st, about 4,000 of these shells were used in trials and target firing, and about 10,000 were used in action. The 2nd New Hampshire Regiment was in the Battle of Gettysburg, and 49 of its members lie buried at the cemetery there. The above statement shows that the Assistant Secretary of War, against what might be regarded as the protest of the Chief of Ordnance, purchased 110,000 of the Gardner explosive musket shells, and issued to the troops in actual service 35,000, leaving 75,000 on hand at the close of the war. In 1866 the Russian government issued a circular calling a convention of the nations for the purpose of declaring against the use of explosive projectiles in war. To this circular the then Chief of Ordnance of the United States, General A.B. Dyer, made the following reply, which I have but little doubt expresses the sentiment which actuated General Ripley in his disapproval of the purchase and issue of the Gardner musket shell. Ordnance Office, War Department, Washington, August 19, 1868. Honorable J. M. Schofield, Secretary of War. Sir, I have read the communication from the Russian Minister in relation to the abolishment of the use of explosive projectiles in military warfare, with the attention and care it well deserves. I concur heartily in the sentiments therein expressed, and I trust that our government will respond unhesitatingly to the proposition in behalf of humanity and civilization. The use in warfare of explosive balls, so sensitive as to ignite and burst on striking a substance of soft and yielding as animal flesh, of men or horses, I consider barbarous, and no more to be tolerated by civilized nations than the universally reprobated practice of using poison missiles, or of poisoning food or drink to be left in the way of an enemy. Such a practice is inexcusable among any people above the grade of ignorant savages. Neither do I regard the use in war of such explosive balls as of any public advantage, but rather the reverse, for it will have the effect of killing outright rather than wounding, and it is known that the care of wounded men much more embarrasses the future operations of the enemy than the loss of the same number killed, who require no further attention, which may delay or impede them. There is a class of explosive projectiles now used, the discontinuance of which is not demanded by humanity, and the use of which may be considered legitimate. These are the projectiles which can only be exploded by contact with hard, resisting substances, and which are generally used for destroying ships, caissons, or light fortifications, and not directly against men or animals in the opposing ranks. These latter ought not, and probably cannot, be included in an agreement of treaty to prohibit their use in warfare. But I strongly advocate an agreement or treaty binding all civilized nations to discontinue and forever abandon the use in war of that class of missiles or projectiles which may be used in small arms and be so sensitive as to explode on contact with animal flesh. The papers in the case, received through the State and War Departments, are herewith returned. In this connection, I also notice a letter from the Honorable C. M. Clay, our Minister to Russia, which has been referred to this office and herewith returned, and on which I have to report. If the civilized nations persist in refusing to discontinue and abandon the use of sensitive explosive balls, then it would be well for this government to enter into the agreement suggested by Mr. Clay, whereby we may be enabled to secure their use in case of necessity, by an agreement with him or his named authorized agent, for the payment of a stipulated royalty on each that may be procured from him or may be used in government service. Respectfully, your obedient servant, A. B. Dyer, Brevet Major General, Chief of Ordnance. I have recorded enough to show the recklessness and falsity of the charge against the Confederates of using such missiles in small arms during the late war, and the public is hereby specifically informed whether the Nationals ever used them. In the Patent Office Report for 1863-4 will be found the following account of the Gardner musket shell. Number 40,468. Samuel Gardner, Jr., of New York, New York. Improvement in hollow projectiles. Patent dated November 3, 1863. The shell to form the central chamber is attached to a mandrel, and the metal forced into the mold around it. Claim. constructing shells for firearms by forcing the metal into a mold around the internal shell supported on a mandrel. I have a box of these shells in my possession. They are open for examination by any persons who may desire to see them. This summer, the distinguished officer who commanded the 143rd Regiment of the Pennsylvania Volunteers United States Army at the Battle of Gettysburg informed me that during the last day of the battle he and his men frequently heard above their heads, amid the whistling of the Minnie-balls from the Confederate side, sharp, explosive sounds like the snapping of musket caps. He mentioned the matter to an ordnance officer at the time. The officer replied that what he heard was explosive rifle balls, which the Confederates had captured from the Union troops who had lately received them from the Ordnance Department. From the fact that the Gardner shell is not fitted with a percussion cap at the point of the projectile, and is not easily exploded by hand, and from additional fact that only about 10,000 are reported as having been used in action, I am willing to believe that the primary purpose of the government of the United States in using them was of the exploding of caissons. There is, moreover, no evidence that any of these shells were issued from the Ordnance Bureau after the year of 1863. The Gardner shells are so constructed as to have no different appearance in the cartridge from the common Minnie-ball, only the title on the box, and an examination of the ball when separate from the cartridge giving any indication of its explosive character. I know not certainly if any other such projectiles were used by the United States troops, nor have I any especial desire to prosecute the investigation further than to prove the position taken in this paper. It would be disingenuous in me if I failed to notice the fact that a charge somewhat similar to that which begins this article was made by a correspondent in the Scientific American for September 6, 1862, Volume 7, page 151, as follows. Recently, it was my privilege to examine in the hands of a man just from Fortress Monroe an explosive bullet such as was used by the rebels in the 6 days' battle. It is conical in shape, about 1 inch long, made of lead, and consists of 2 parts, viz., a solid head-piece and a cylindrical chamber, which are united together by a screw. From the point of the bullet projects a little rod, which passes down through a small hole in the head-piece into the chamber below, where it was connected with a percussion cap. The chamber contains about a tablespoonful of powder. You can readily perceive that if the bullet should encounter a bone or other hard substance when entering a man's body, it will explode and thereby produce a fatal wound. F.J.C., Philadelphia, August 23, 1862. In the Patent Office Report, United States, for 1863-4, will be found a shell exactly corresponding to this one. Number 39,593. Joseph Nottingham Smith, New York, New York. Improvement in elongated projectile for firearms. Patent dated August 18, 1863. It consists of an elongated cylinder having a charge chamber in its rear portion, which contains powder for propulsion. The point is a pointed axial bolt, whose rear is furnished with a percussion cap to be exploded by the forward motion of a striker on the concussion of the projectile. Not having seen this ball, I cannot certainly identify it with the ball mentioned by F.J.C., but it is evidently the same. The inference is very natural that if these several projectiles, patented by the United States Patent Office as the invention of Northern men during the war, and used in United States armies, were ever used by the Confederates, it was only as captured ammunition. It was hardly possible at any reasonable cost to run them through the blockade to the south. In conclusion, it may well be noted to draw attention to Mr. Lossing's intimation in the note quoted at the beginning of this paper, that the men of the South were forced into the Confederate ranks against their will, while those of the North were volunteers. Does Mr. Lossing purposefully forget the United States drafts made to fill up the depleted regiments in the field, and especially the draft of May 1863, 2 months before the Battle of Gettysburg, and the riots that occurred in New York City as the result of that draft? Does he purposefully forget that the United States established recruiting offices in Europe to procure men for her armies? It may be questioned whether, as a historian, Mr. Lossing is deserving even the notice of a novice in history, for while he is known to be a voluminous writer of American history, he is also known to be a writer of many and great inaccuracies. A writer who has allowed himself to be so easily imposed upon as is his ready acceptance as true history of the Morgan Jones Welsh Indian fraud, American Historical Record 1, 250, who makes such glaring historical mistakes as his statement that General Braddock was defeated and killed at the Battle of the Great Meadows, history of the Revolutionary War, and that Captain John Smith, the Virginia explorer, had explored the Susquehanna River as far north as Wyoming Valley, Harper's Magazine, November 1860, and who draws so largely on his imagination and is so much controlled by his prejudices in his History of the Civil War, cannot be considered an entirely trustworthy historian. But because Mr. Lossing's histories have flooded the North and are largely accepted as authentic narrations of events, it is due to the Confederates and the cause for which they so long and nobly battled against such fearful odds that the truth be made known and Mr. Lossing's misstatements exposed. It is earnestly to be hoped that the facts presented in this paper will forever set at rest the malicious slander so often repeated against the Confederates by many who are so willing to believe anything against them, of having authorized the use in military warfare of such atrocious and barbarous missiles as explosive and poisoned musket or rifle balls. H.E.H., Brownsville, PA, September 1, 1879. End of A Refutation of the Charges Made Against the Confederate States of America of having authorized the use of explosive and poisoned musket and rifle balls during the late Civil War of 1861-65, by Horace Edwin Hayden. Recording by F.N.H. Reminiscences of the Military Life and Sufferings of Colonel Timothy Bigelow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by F.N.H. Reminiscences of the Military Life and Sufferings of Colonel Timothy Bigelow, commander of the 15th Regiment of the Massachusetts Line in the Continental Army during the War of the Revolution, by Charles Hersey. 2. Colonel T. Bigelow Lawrence, a great-grandson of the hero of these pages. I dedicate this feeble effort. It is written to perpetuate the memory of one of Worcester's most illustrious sons, and also of his companions in arms, who for 8 years struggled so hard to gain the independence of the colonies. Introduction. The writer of the following pages was dandled upon the knee of a worthy sire who had spent 8 years of his life in the struggle for independence, and taught me the name of Colonel Bigelow long before I was able to articulate his name. Many have been the times, while sitting on my father's lap around the old hearthstone, now more than 50 years since, that I listened to affecting reminiscences of Colonel Bigelow and others, until his voice would falter, and tears would flow down his aged and careworn face, and then my mother and elder members of the family would laugh and inquire, "What is there in all of that should make you weep?" But I always rejoiced with him, and wept when I saw him weep. After the death of my father, having engaged in the active scenes of life, those childish memories in some degree wore away, but the happiest moments of my life have been spent in company with some old revolutionary patriot, while I listened to the recital of their sufferings and their final conquest. The first history of the American Revolution I ever read is found in Morse's Geography, published in 1814. This I read until I had committed the whole to memory. The next was what may be found in Lincoln's History of Worcester, published in 1836, and from which I have taken liberal extracts. The next is the History of the War of Independence of the United States of America, written by Charles Botter, translated from the Italian by George Alexander Otis in 1821. From this also I have taken extracts. I have also consulted Lossing's Pictorial Field Book of the Revolution. In neither of these histories, except Lincoln's, does the name of Colonel Bigelow occur. Therefore I have depended principally upon tradition, coming from his own brethren in arms, and corroborated by history. It has been exceedingly difficult to trace the course and conduct of Colonel Bigelow from any history of the war, but history, aided by tradition, makes up the history of any man. To illustrate, I get the account of Colonel Bigelow's conduct at the Battle of Monmouth, as stated in Section 7, from Mr. Solomon Parsons, which I received from his own lips more than 40 years ago, and saw in his journal, and more than 30 years since I heard General Lafayette and Mr. Parsons refer to these scenes. Lafayette's Visit, 1824. the remembrance of which drew tears from each of their eyes, and also from many of the spectators. I find that Mr. Parsons was in Lafayette's detachment, General Greene's division, General Glover's brigade, and Colonel Bigelow's regiment. All of this I knew 40 years ago from tradition. From history, we all know that General Lafayette and General Greene were at that battle, and I am happy to say this whole subject was very recently become an item of history which may be found on page 260 of Washburn's History of Leicester. In this way, and from such sources, I have gathered the facts embodied in these pages. As to the personal appearance of Colonel Bigelow, I have procured from witnesses who were as well acquainted and familiar with him and his physiognomy as the old residents of this city are with our venerable friend Governor Lincoln. Some of them are still living. There is one man now living in this city who was 30 years of age when Colonel Bigelow died. This man is a native of Worcester, and knew Colonel Bigelow as well as he did any man in town, and heard him speak in the old South Church many times against the Tories. Footnote: Ebenezer Moore, born 1760, October 10. These articles have appeared in the Daily Spy of this city, and at the suggestion of several distinguished individuals who wished to see them in a more durable form for reading and preservation, I have concluded to present them to the public in the following pages. Colonel Timothy Bigelow. Chapter 1. A Monument to Colonel Bigelow. It is well known in this community that one of the descendants of Colonel Bigelow is about to erect a monument to his memory within the enclosure of our beautiful Central Park. Colonel Timothy Bigelow Lawrence of Boston, a great-grandson of the subject of this notice, received permission from the city government last year to enclose a lot of sufficient size and to erect such a monument as he might deem suitable and proper. It is understood that Colonel Lawrence will commence this benevolent and patriotic work in the spring or early summer. Footnote: June 1860. We are happy to say that Colonel Lawrence has the work now in successful progress. Let me suggest to him, to the Mayor and Council, and to all whom it may concern, the propriety of laying the foundation stone of this monument on the 19th day of April, which will be the 85th anniversary of the marching of the Minutemen from Worcester under the command of Captain Bigelow. It seems to me that Worcester cannot afford to let this opportunity pass without making some signal recognition of the event. Cannot the citizens of Worcester, for the first time in 85 years, gather with their families around the grave containing the last remains of her noble son? Chapter 2. Early Efforts for Liberty. The name of Timothy Bigelow stands conspicuous in the history of Worcester. As early as 1773 we find him on a committee with W. M. Young, David Bancroft, Samuel Curtis, and Stephen Salisbury to report upon the grievances under which the province laboured, and also upon what was then called Boston Pamphlet, which had been introduced at the town meeting in March. The writer of this article thinks that this Boston Pamphlet was John Hancock's oration in commemoration of the bloody massacre of the 5th of March, 1770. At the adjourned meeting in May following, this committee made an elaborate report recommending a committee of correspondence. The town adopted the report and elected the committee: W. M. Young, Timothy Bigelow, and John Smith. In December following, the leading Whigs of the town assembled and formed a society, which afterwards took the name of the American Political Society, and Nathan Baldwin, Samuel Curtis, and Timothy Bigelow were a chosen committee to report a constitution. This society, with Timothy Bigelow for a leader, did good service to the town and to the country. The last and most powerful blow was struck in a town meeting 7th of March, 1774, when the society presented a long preamble and resolutions, which were considered by the Royalists to be treasonable and revolutionary. When these resolutions were read, said an eyewitness of the scene to the writer, fear, anxiety, and awful suspense sat upon the countenance of every man of the Whig party, except Timothy Bigelow the blacksmith, while the Tories were pale with rage. After a few moments, James Putnam, the leader of the Tories, arose. Putnam was said to be the best lawyer in North America. His arguments were marked by strong and clear reasoning, logical precision, and arrangement, and that sound judgment whose conclusions were presented so forcibly as to command assent. He made such a speech against the resolutions as had never before been heard in Worcester, and when he sat down, the same informant said that not a man of the Whig party thought a single word could be said, that old Putnam, the Tory, had wiped them all out. Timothy Bigelow at length arose. Without learning, without practice in public speaking, without wealth, the Tories of Worcester had, at that day, most of the wealth and learning. But there he stood upon the floor of the Old South Church, met the Goliath of the day, and vanquished him. The governor of Massachusetts Bay, and the Crown and Parliament of Great Britain, were brought to feel the effect of his sling and stone. Suffice it to say, the resolutions were carried triumphantly. This was the first grand public effort made by Colonel Timothy Bigelow in his part of the great drama of the American Revolution. Chapter 3. The Minutemen. In August 1774, a company of Minutemen were enrolled under the command of Captain Bigelow, and met each evening after the labors of the day for drill and martial exercise. Muskets were procured for their arming from Boston. Their services were soon required for the defense of the country. At 11 o'clock a.m., April 19, 1775, an express came to town, shouting as he passed through the street at full speed, "To arms! To arms! The war is begun!" The bell rang out the alarm, cannons were fired, and in a short time the Minutemen were paraded on the green under the command of Captain Timothy Bigelow. After fervent prayer by Reverend Mr. McCarty, they took up the line of march. When they arrived at Sudbury, intelligence of the retreat of the enemy met them, and a second company of Minutemen from Worcester, under command of Captain Benjamin Flagg, overtook them when both moved on to Cambridge. The writer cannot forbear to mention a few of the names of these soldiers of freedom. Most of them have descendants now living, and living on the same farms that their illustrious sires or grandsires left when they started with Captains Bigelow and Flagg to repel the enemy at Lexington. Eli Chapin was the father of Mrs. Jonathan Flagg and Mrs. Captain Campbell. W. M. Trowbridge was the father of Mrs. Lewis Chaplin. Jonathan Stone, grandfather of Emery Stone, Esquire, who now owns and occupies the same estate. Asa Ward, grandfather of W. M. Ward. Simon Gates, father of David R., who now lives on and owns the same estate. David Richards was in Captain Flagg's company, but after he returned, concluding there was going to be hot work, to use his own words 40 years afterwards, he turned over to the Tories. The organization of the army was immediately made at Cambridge, and Timothy Bigelow was appointed major in Colonel Jonathan Ward's regiment. In the autumn of 1775, Major Bigelow volunteered his services, with his men, from Worcester, in that expedition against Quebec, alike memorable for its boldness of conception, the chivalrous daring of its execution, and its melancholy failure. During their march from Cambridge to Quebec, Major Bigelow and his noble band endured severe hardships, reduced by hunger to the necessity of eating their camp dogs, and in their last extremity, cutting their boots and shoes from their feet to sustain life. Had that winter march through the wilderness been the exploit of a Grecian phalanx or Roman legion, the narrative of suffering and danger would have been long since celebrated in song and story. One of the 3 divisions penetrating through the forest by the route of the Kennebec was commanded by Major Bigelow, and during a day's halt of the troops on this memorable march, Major Bigelow ascended a rugged height about 40 miles northwest from Norridgewock, for the purpose of observation. This eminence still bears the name of Mount Bigelow. In the attack on Quebec on the night of the 31st of December, Major Bigelow was taken prisoner, with those of his men who were not killed, and remained in captivity until the summer of 1776. Chapter 4. Major Bigelow a prisoner. We left Major Bigelow a prisoner of war. Whether he was confined in Canada, transported to Halifax, or placed aboard an English prison ship, does not appear on the record. But tradition has it that he went aboard one of those Tory vessels so noted in the history of George III. The severe treatment and cruelty he received here did not cool his ardor. His motto was, "I have not begun to fight yet." An exchange having been effected in the summer of 1776, after an imprisonment of 7 months, he returned and was immediately called into the service with rank of lieutenant colonel, and the next February he was appointed colonel of the 15th Regiment of the Massachusetts Line in the Continental Army. His regiment was composed principally of men from Worcester, though there were some from Leicester, Auburn, Paxton, and Holden, and a braver band never took the field or mustered for battle. High character for courage and discipline, early acquired, was maintained unsullied to the close of their service. His troops being drilled, Colonel Bigelow marched to join the Northern Army, under the command of General Gates, and arrived in season to join the main army at Saratoga, and to assist in the capture of General Burgoyne. At this scene of blood and carnage, Colonel Bigelow, with his regiment from Worcester, behaved with uncommon gallantry. It was said by our informant, who was on the spot at the time, that the 15th Regiment, under the command of Colonel Bigelow, was the most efficient of any on the ground. Colonel Bigelow was of fine personal appearance. His figure was tall and commanding, his bearing was erect and martial, and his step was said to have been one of the most graceful in the army. With taste for military life, he was deeply skilled in the science of war, and the troops under his command and instruction exhibited the highest degree of discipline. Colonel Bigelow possessed a vigorous intellect, an ardent temperament, and a warm and generous heart. Chapter 5. In Pennsylvania. We left Colonel Bigelow with the American army, under the command of General Gates, on the banks of the Hudson, exulting over the capture of Burgoyne and the flower of the British army. The next we hear of him, he, with his regiment, together with Colonel Morgan's celebrated Rifle Corps and one or two other regiments, are ordered to march to the relief of the army in Pennsylvania under the command of General Washington. This campaign in Pennsylvania was very disastrous to the American army. Being poorly clothed and more poorly fed, they were not in condition to meet the tried veterans of the English army. It was said of this reinforcement from General Gates's army that they were men of approved courage and flushed with recent victory, but squalid in their appearance from fatigue and want of necessaries. But when Colonel Bigelow led his regiment into line with the main army at White Marsh, a small place about 14 miles from Philadelphia, he was recognized by the commander-in-chief as the very identical Captain Bigelow whom he had seen at Cambridge with a company of minute-men from Worcester, and while Washington held Colonel Bigelow by the hand to introduce him to his brother officers, he said, "This, gentlemen officers, is Colonel Bigelow and the 15th Regiment of the Massachusetts Line under his command. This gentleman is the man who vanquished the former Royalists in his own native town. He marched the first company of minute-men from Worcester at the alarm from Lexington. He shared largely in the sufferings of the campaign against Quebec, and was taken prisoner there. After his exchange he raised a regiment in his own neighborhood, and joining the Northern army under General Gates, participated in the struggle with Burgoyne, and shares largely in the honor of that victory." It was said by an eye-witness that this was an exceedingly interesting and affecting event, and could not fail to satisfy everyone of the high estimation in which the commander-in-chief held Colonel Bigelow. The American army was now watching the movements of Sir William Howe, commander of the British army, who soon landed his troops at the head of the Elk River in 2 columns, the right commanded by General Knyphausen, the left by Lord Cornwallis. After several skirmishes, the two armies met upon the banks of the Brandywine. In this battle the Americans were unsuccessful, and soon after the British army took possession of Philadelphia, and the American army took their position at Germantown, which is 6 miles northwest from Philadelphia. Here again the Americans are repulsed, and each army retires to winter quarters, the British to Philadelphia, the American to Valley Forge. Chapter 6. At Valley Forge. Valley Forge is on the west side of Schuylkill, 20 miles from Philadelphia, and this is where Colonel Bigelow spent the winter of 1777-78 with his regiment, and here is where the soldiers of freedom suffered most intensely. The British general had derived no other fruit from all his recent victories than of having procured excellent winter quarters for his army in Philadelphia. Here they spent the winter within the most splendid mansions of that city, feasting upon the best the country afforded, while the American army was suffering in their mud huts, half-clothed, with famine staring them in the face. Many of the soldiers were seen to drop dead with cold and hunger. Others had their bare feet cut by the ice, and left their tracks in blood. The American army exhibited in their quarters at Valley Forge such examples of constancy and resignation as were never paralleled before. In such pressing danger of famine and the dissolution of the army, mutiny appeared almost inevitable. At this alarming crisis, Colonel Bigelow had a party of officers and soldiers convene at his headquarters one evening, such a party as we should call in these days a surprise party. When the subject of abandoning the cause was fully discussed, Colonel Bigelow heard all that was to be said on the subject. Some of his men argued that Congress could not clothe or feed them, and they did not feel it to be their duty to abandon their families and homes to starve in that cold climate. When all had been said by as many as wished to express their minds, Colonel Bigelow arose and said, "Gentlemen, I have heard all the remarks of discontent offered here this evening, but as for me, I have long since come to the conclusion to stand by the American cause, come what will. I have enlisted for life. I have cheerfully left my home and my family. All the friends I have are the friends of my country. I expect to suffer with hunger, with cold, and with fatigue, and, if need be, I expect to lay down my life for the liberty of these colonies." Such remarks as these could not fail of having the desired effect. About this time a large herd of cattle was driven into the camp from New Jersey and Connecticut. Worcester had sent Colonel Bigelow's regiment 62 sets of shirts, shoes, and stockings as their proportion for the army. Other towns did their part. Worcester sent £78 in lawful money, which was taken up at the Old South Church after divine service. Now the Marquis de Lafayette, with his money and with his French troops, had arrived. Now Count d'Estaing, with his powerful fleet, were in the American waters. Now General Gates, with his remainder of the Northern army, had arrived to join the army of Washington. Spring comes, and the day that the English abandon Philadelphia, the American army leaves Valley Forge to watch their movements. They cross the Delaware to Coryell's Ferry, and take post at Hopewell. They do not venture to cross the Raritan. The English reach Allentown. General Lee occupies Englishtown. Washington encamped at Cranberry. Morgan and Colonel Bigelow are harassing the right flank of the English. The British, now upon the heights of Freehold, pass all their baggage to the hills of Middletown for safety, and then comes the Battle of Monmouth. Chapter 7. The Battle of Monmouth. The Battle of Monmouth, so called by the Americans, was fought in Freehold, Monmouth County, New Jersey, situated 35 miles southeast from Trenton. The commander-in-chief had detached 2 brigades to the support of General Wayne, who had been sent on as a vanguard and had already come up with the British rear. These 2 brigades were commanded by Generals Lee and Lafayette. At this time Colonel Bigelow was under the command of General Lafayette. This vanguard of the American army had so severely galled the rear of the British that General Clinton resolved to wheel his whole army and put the Americans to flight at the point of the bayonet. For a short time the conflict was severe. At length General Lee gave way, for which he was afterwards court-martialed and suspended for 1 year. The light horse also of Lafayette's brigade gave way, and nothing of that celebrated vanguard but Colonel Bigelow's regiment, with 2 or 3 other regiments, remained. It was said that if General Lee had stood his ground, as he might have done, a decisive victory would have been gained. Colonel Bigelow's regiment was the last to quit the field. It was said by one of Colonel Bigelow's men, who was an intimate acquaintance of the writer of this article, and who was wounded at that time, that, at the time he fell, Colonel Bigelow seized his musket from him and fought more like a tiger than a man. This man was Mr. Solomon Parsons, whose son now occupies and owns the same farm on which his father died, on Apricot Street in this city. Colonel Bigelow, with his regiment, had to retire, but was soon met by Washington with the main army, who was moving up to the rescue. After the troops of Lee and Lafayette had been rallied, the whole army turned upon the enemy, and then came the tug-of-war for Greek met Greek. The English, flushed with their own advantages they had got, and the Americans under the command of their own beloved Washington, many of whom had never fought before by his side, were determined to retake the field or die in the attempt. The conflict was now terrible indeed, and in the midst of the flame and smoke and metal hail, Bigelow was conspicuous. The English were repulsed and driven to the woods. The Americans retake the field. Night comes on. The whole American army rest on their arms through the night, that they may renew the attack with the dawn of day. Day comes on, and the British army has fled, as one of their officers said, by moonlight. But it so happened that the moon set that night at 10 o'clock, being but 4 days old. Such was the issue of the Battle of Freehold, or of Monmouth, as the Americans call it. We have now traced the military history of Colonel Bigelow from April 19, 1775, to June 28, 1778. Chapter 8. The Slaughter at Wyoming. The history of Colonel Bigelow is so interwoven with that of the Revolution that it is difficult to separate the two. We shall, therefore, give in this chapter a short account of the bloody butchery of the inhabitants of that beautiful little colony at Wyoming, and what Colonel Bigelow thought of that demoniac cruelty, the bare remembrance of which makes us shudder. Wilkes-Barre is a shire town of Luzerne County, PA. It is situated in the Wyoming Valley, 114 miles northeast from Harrisburg and 120 northwest from Philadelphia. This place was settled by emigrants from Connecticut in 1773, under the auspices of one Colonel Durkee, who gave it the compound name it bears in honor of 2 eminent and zealous advocates of the American cause in the British Parliament, Wilkes and Barre. Wyoming contained 8 townships, each containing a square of 5 miles, beautifully situated on both sides of the Susquehanna. Wilkes-Barre is one of these towns. The inhabitants of this beautiful valley were much engaged in their country's cause, and nearly 1,000 of their young men had joined the army and were absent from home. Most of the remaining at home were Tories, although they were not so numerous as the Friends of Liberty. Yet they formed an alliance with the Indians, and the 1st of July there appeared before the fort at Wilkes-Barre about 1,600 armed men, 2/3 of which were Tories and 1/3 Indians. The colony of Wyoming could muster only about 500 men. In this condition the Tories and Indians fell upon them, and put them nearly all to death. Only about 60 escaped. Never was a rout so deplorable, never was a massacre accompanied with so many horrors. The barbarians took the men, women, and children promiscuously into houses and barracks, and set fire to them and consumed them all, listening delighted to hear the moans and shrieks of the expiring multitude. The crops of every description were consigned to the flames. The habitations, granaries, and other constructions, the fruit of years of human industry, sunk in ruin under the destructive strokes of these cannibals. Their fury was also wreaked upon the very beasts. They cut out the tongues of the horses and cattle, and left them to wander in the midst of those fields lately so luxuriant, but now in desolation, to undergo the torments of a lingering death. Captain Bedlock was stripped naked, and stuck full of pine splinters and set on fire. Captains Ransom and Durgee were thrown alive into the fire. One of the Tories, whose mother had married a second husband, butchered her with his own hand, and then massacred his father-in-law, his own sisters, and their infants in the cradle. Another killed his own father, and exterminated all his family. A third imbued his hands in the blood of his brothers, his sisters, his brother-in-law, and his father-in-law. Other atrocities, if possible still more abominable, we leave in silence. The Tories appeared to vie with, and even to surpass, the savages in barbarity. Such men as these Colonel Bigelow had to contend with in Worcester in 1774, and upon hearing of this bloody massacre, it was said that Colonel Bigelow was filled with horror and indignation, and swore eternal vengeance and condign punishment upon all the Tories. Colonel Bigelow at this time was at his post in Rhode Island, and on hearing of this bloody tragedy, it was said by the same informant that he walked his room for 1 hour without speaking. At length he exclaimed, "Our worst enemies are those of our own household." Chapter 9. Scouting. After the British evacuated Rhode Island, Colonel Bigelow moves on with his regiment, and the next we hear of him he is at Verplancks Point. The American army was at this time very much divided. The great object of the commander-in-chief was to annoy the British forces as much as possible, and we think that it is not saying too much of Colonel Bigelow that no colonel in the whole American army was better qualified for that service. His whole life had been, and was at this time, devoted to his country's cause. He had left Worcester and all of its pleasant associations with a determination to free the colonies from the mother country, or die in the attempt. He seemed to feel that the whole responsibility of the struggle rested on him. Always ready to obey orders from superior officers cheerfully, and never wanting in energy to execute them. The deep snows of Quebec had not cooled his ardour, and the fetid stench of the English prison ship could not abate his love of liberty and country. The blood and carnage of Saratoga and of Monmouth had given him confidence. The blood-stained soil of Valley Forge had inured him to the hardships to which others would have yielded. The news of the bloody butchery at Wyoming had aroused his iron nerve to its utmost tension against Tories, and in this condition he was ordered with his regiment to Robinson's Farm, New Jersey. Here he breaks up a nest of Tories, who were supplying the British with hay, grain, and other things necessary for their army. An anecdote of this bloodless battle was related to the writer by one of Colonel Bigelow's men, who was present at the time. The English had sent a company of men to guard their teams while removing some hay they were receiving from their friends the Tories, when Colonel Bigelow came up with his regiment and ordered them to disperse. The Tories were insolent. The English captain refused to go until the hay went with them. Upon this, Colonel Bigelow ordered a part of his men to fire upon them. At this moment one of Colonel Bigelow's men from Worcester, who had just joined the regiment, and, we are sorry to say, was a coward, exclaimed at the top of his voice, "In the name of God, why don't Colonel Bigelow order us to retreat?" This man, in after life, received a pension from government, and died respected a few years since in this city. His children are now living here, and therefore we shall not call his name. He was always afraid of gunpowder. The English were also frightened and fled, leaving the hay on the hands of Colonel Bigelow, who, having no use for it, returned it to its Tory owner on the express condition that he should not sell it to the British. Colonel Bigelow is now ordered to Peekskill. This is a town on the Hudson, 46 miles north of New York and 106 miles south of Albany. Here he frightened the Tories and drove the British down the river to New York. Colonel Bigelow is again at Verplanks and Stony Point, guarding the pass called King's Ferry. General Clinton moves upon them with the British army, and Commodore Collier, with the British squadron, ascends the river. The British storm the fort named the Fort of Lafayette at Verplanks. The fortress has to surrender, but not until Colonel Bigelow showed them the points of his bayonets. It was said of this conflict that Colonel Bigelow ordered his men to draw their charge and approach the enemy with fixed bayonets, while he himself laid aside his sword and took a musket from a sick soldier, and with it fought more like a tiger than a man. This fort, being overpowered by the enemy, at length gave way and surrendered at discretion. The policy of the English is now to resume the war of devastation, and the army is ordered into South Carolina. General Gates is ordered to the command of the Southern Army. Chapter 10. Disasters at the South. General Gates takes command of the Southern Army. The British at this time had almost undisputed possession of South Carolina, Georgia, and North Carolina. In this condition Gates resolved to risk a general battle with Lord Cornwallis, and for which he was severely blamed. He lost the battle, hence the blame. If, on the other hand, he had gained it, he would have gained another laurel to place by the side of the one gained at Saratoga. At this battle General Gates lost more than 2,000 men, and among them 3 valuable officers. General Gregory was killed, and Baron de Kalb and General Rutherford of Carolina were taken prisoners. This was the result of the Battle of Camden. At this time Colonel Bigelow was watching the movements of the British troops in New York, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. In this stage of the narrative, the writer cannot refrain from passing a tribute of respect to the memory of these patriotic women of South Carolina, who displayed so ardent, so rare a love of country, that scarcely could there be found in ancient or modern history an instance more worthy to excite surprise and admiration. They repaired on board ships, and descended into dungeons where their husbands, children, or friends were in confinement. They carried with them consolation and encouragement. "Summon your magnanimity," they said. "Yield not to the fury of tyrants. Hesitate not to prefer prisons to infamy, death to servitude. America has fixed her eyes upon her beloved defenders. You will reap, doubt it not, the fruit of your sufferings. They will produce liberty, that parent of all blessing. They will shelter her forever from the assaults of British banditti. You are the martyrs of a cause the most grateful to heaven and sacred to man." By such words these generous women mitigated the miseries of the unhappy prisoners. Exasperated at their constancy, the English condemned the most zealous of them to banishment and confiscation. In bidding a last farewell to their fathers, their children, their brothers, their husbands, these heroines, far from betraying the least mark of weakness, which in men might have been excused, exhorted them to arm themselves with intrepidity. They conjured them not to allow fortune to vanquish them, nor to suffer the love they bore their families to render them unmindful of all they owed their country. A supernatural alacrity seemed to animate them when they accompanied their husbands into distant countries, and even when they immured themselves with them in their fetid ships into which they were inhumanly crowded. Reduced to the most frightful indigence, they were seen to beg bread for themselves and families. Among those who were nurtured in the lap of opulence, many passed suddenly from the most delicate and most elegant style of living to the rudest toils and to the humblest services. The humiliation could not triumph over their resolution and cheerfulness. Their example was a support to their companions in misfortune. To this heroism of the women of Carolina it is principally to be imputed that the love and even the name of liberty were not totally extinguished in the southern provinces. Colonel Bigelow, hearing of the loss of Gates's army and the appointment of General Greene to the command of the southern department, solicited and received orders from the commander-in-chief to move on with his regiment to join Greene, but did not arrive in season to participate in the battles of Hobkirk and of Uchu Springs, which closed the campaign in the south. Chapter 11. Battle at Yorktown. Yorktown is a port of entry in Virginia, 70 miles east-southeast from Richmond, on the south side of York River, opposite Gloucester. The British Army from the south had encamped at this place and fortified it. Colonel Bigelow had arrived with his regiment to join General Greene. Colonel Bigelow is now in General Lafayette's detachment. Lafayette's second officer is Colonel Hamilton, aide-de-camp of the commander-in-chief, a young man of the highest expectations, and accompanied by Colonel Laurens, son of the former President of Congress. Another detachment was commanded by the Baron de Valmsnit, the Count Charles de Damas, and the Count de Dupont. The commanders addressed their soldiers a short exhortation to inflame their courage. They represented that this last effort would bring them to the close of their glorious toils. The attack was extremely impetuous. General Lafayette is ordered to attack the right redoubt, while the Baron de Valmsnit is to attack the left. This was done at the point of the bayonet. Suffice it to say that both redoubts were carried. One of Colonel Bigelow's men, on being inquired of by the writer where his colonel was at the time, answered, "Why, old Colonel Tim was everywhere all the time, and you would thought, if you had been there, that there was nobody else in the struggle but Colonel Bigelow and his regiment." Before the morning of the 19th, those redoubts were all repaired and manned by the Allies. Now comes the celebrated 19th day of October, 1781. The day began to appear. The Allies opened a tremendous fire from all their batteries. The bombs showered copiously. The French fleet, under command of Count de Grasse, are opening a most deadly fire from the harbor. Lord Cornwallis sends in a flag to General Washington, proposing a cessation of arms for 24 hours. Washington would not consent to it, and would grant but 2 hours, and during this interval he should expect the propositions of the British commander. The proposition is made and accepted. The British flotilla, consisting of 2 frigates, the Guadalupe and the Fowey, besides about 20 transports, 20 others had been burnt during the siege, 160 pieces of field artillery, mostly brass, with 8 mortars, more than 7,000 prisoners, exclusive of seamen, 550 slain, including 1 officer, Major Cochrane, was surrendered into the hands of the armies of France and America, whose loss was about 450 in killed and wounded. At the news of so glorious, so important a victory, transports of exultation broke out from one extremity of America to the other. Nobody dared longer to doubt of independence. A poet in Colonel Bigelow's regiment made a short song commemorative of this event, in which occurred these lines: "Count de Grasse, he lies in the harbor, and Washington is on shore." A wag in Worcester, after they had returned, changed it so as to make it read thus: "Count de Grasse, he lies in the harbor, and Bigelow is on shore." Such was the end of the campaign of Virginia, which was well nigh being that of the American War. This laid the foundation of a general peace. Thus ended a long and arduous conflict, in which Great Britain expended 100 million of money, with 100,000 lives, and won nothing. The United States endured great cruelty and distress from their enemies, lost many lives and much treasure, but finally delivered themselves from a foreign dominion, and gained a rank among the nations of the earth. Chapter 12. Close of the Revolution. After the surrender of Yorktown, the American army divided. Part of the troops returned to the banks of the Hudson to watch the motions of Clinton, who had still a large force at New York. The rest were sent to South Carolina to reinforce General Greene and confirm the authority of Congress in those provinces. Colonel Bigelow and his regiment were among those that returned to the Hudson. The Marquis de Lafayette embarked about the same time for Europe, bearing with him the affection of the whole American people. In a few months General Greene had driven the British from the southern colonies, and they retired to New York to join the main army. Colonel Bigelow is ordered to leave West Point, where he was stationed, and proceed to Rhode Island. The next spring, 1782, Sir Guy Carleton arrived in America and took command of the British army at New York. Immediately after his arrival, he acquainted General Washington and Congress that negotiations for a peace had been commenced at Paris. On the 30th of November of that year, the provincial articles of peace were signed. Colonel Bigelow returned to Worcester, but was very soon stationed at West Point, for what purpose the writer could never ascertain. Afterwards he was assigned to the command of the National Arsenal at Springfield. After his term of service was out there, he returned again to Worcester, with a frame physically impaired by long hardship, toil, and exposure, with blighted worldly prospects, with the remains of private property, considerable at the outset, seriously diminished by the many sacrifices of his martial career. In 1780, Colonel Bigelow, with others, obtained a grant of 23,040 acres of land in Vermont, and founded a town on which was bestowed the name of Montpelier, now the capital of the state. A severe domestic affliction in 1787, the loss of his second son, Andrew, uniting with other disappointments, depressed his energy, and cast over his mind a gloom presaging the approach of night of premature old age. He died March 31st, 1790, in the 51st year of his age. End of Reminiscences of the Military Life and Sufferings of Colonel Timothy Bigelow, commander of the 15th Regiment of the Massachusetts Line in the Continental Army during the War of the Revolution.
Taking Diplomatic Action Against Piracy by the U.S. State Department. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Taking Diplomatic Action Against Piracy. Bureau of Public Affairs. Office of the Spokesman. Washington, D.C., May 13, 2009. The United States has taken a leading role in the contact group on piracy off the coast of Somalia, highlighting our commitment to joining our international partners to meet the shared security challenge posed by piracy's negative impact on maritime safety, global commerce, humanitarian aid delivery to Eastern Africa, and regional trade and development. Since December 2008, the United States has led UN Security Council efforts to adopt 2 resolutions allowing states to partner with Somalia's transitional federal government to suppress armed robbery in its territorial waters. Established a contact group per UN Security Council Resolution 1851. The contact group currently includes 28 countries and 6 international organizations: the African Union, the Arab League, the European Union, the International Maritime Organization, NATO, and the UN Secretariat. The contact group continues to grow, with several nations asking to participate. Joined international partners to enhance security with expanded naval patrols. The U.S. Navy created Combined Task Force 151 on counter-piracy, and we actively support the expansion of NATO and European Union counter-piracy missions. We also hope to build upon new counter-piracy collaboration with non-traditional maritime security partners, such as China, India, and Russia. Secured a formal arrangement with Kenya to accept pirates for prosecution, and continues to work with other countries to expand options for prosecution. In keeping with our strong conviction that states affected by piracy have a responsibility to prosecute, the U.S. Department of Justice is prosecuting the surviving perpetrator of the pirate attack on the U.S.-flagged Mariska, Alabama, in a U.S. federal court. Continue to work with international partners and private industry to encourage greater commercial shipping self-protection capability, as well as with regional governments to help develop local self-sufficient coastal security forces. Work to integrate international maritime security efforts with diplomatic support for the UN-led Djibouti peace process to help the Somali people address their larger political, security, and governance challenges. The long-term solution to piracy lies in political and economic stability in Somalia, and the creation of a government that can secure its territory and meet the needs of its citizens. End of Taking Diplomatic Action Against Piracy by the U.S. State Department. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com. Recorded for International Talk Like a Pirate Day, September 19, 2009. www.talklikeapirate.com.
To Atticus at Athens, Rome, July, by Marcus Tullius Cicero, translated by Evelyn Shirley Shuckburgh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The state of things in regard to my candidature, in which I know that you are supremely interested, is this, as far as can be as yet conjectured. The only person actually canvassing is P. Sulpicius Galba. He meets with a good old-fashioned refusal without reserve or disguise. In the general opinion this premature canvass of his is not unfavorable to my interests, for the voters generally give as a reason for their refusal that they are under obligations to me. So I hope my prospects are, to a certain degree, improved by the report getting about that my friends are found to be numerous. My intention was to begin my own canvass just at the very time that Cincius tells me that your servant starts with this letter, namely, in the campus at the time of the tribunician elections of the 17th of July. My fellow candidates, to mention only those who seem certain, are Galba and Antonius and Q. Cornificius. At this, I imagine you smiling or sighing. Well, to make you positively smite your forehead, there are people who actually think that Caesonius will stand. I don't think Aquilius will, for he openly disclaims it, and has alleged as an excuse his health, and his leading position at the bar. Catiline will certainly be a candidate, if you can imagine a jury finding that the sun does not shine at noon. As for Aufidius and Palicanus, I don't think you will expect to hear from me about them. Of the candidates for this year's election, Caesar is considered certain. Thermus is looked upon as the rival of Silanus. These latter are so weak, both in friends and reputation, that it seems past impossible to bring in Curius over their heads, but no one else thinks so. What seems most to my interests is that Thermus should get in with Caesar, for there is none of those at present canvassing who, if left over to my year, seem likely to be a stronger candidate, from the fact that he is commissioner of the Via Flaminia, and when that has been finished, I shall be greatly relieved to have seen him elected consul this election. Such in outline is the position of affairs in regard to candidates up to date. For myself, I shall take the greatest pains to carry out all the duties of a candidate, and perhaps, as Gaul seems to have a considerable voting power, as soon as business at Rome has come to a standstill I shall obtain a libera legatio and make an excursion in the course of September to visit Piso, but so as not to be back later than January. When I have ascertained the feelings of the nobility I will write you word. Everything else I hope will go smoothly, at any rate while my competitors are such as are now in town. You must undertake to secure for me the entourage of our friend Pompey, since you are nearer than I. Tell him I shall not be annoyed if he doesn't come to my election. So much for that business. But there is a matter for which I am very anxious that you should forgive me. Your uncle Caecilius, having been defrauded of a large sum of money by P. Varius, began an action against his cousin, A. Caninius Satyrus, for the property which, as he alleged, the latter has received from Varius by a collusive sale. He was joined in this action by the other creditors, among whom were Lucullus and P. Scipio, and the man whom they thought would be official receiver if the property was put up for sale, Lucius Pontius, though it is ridiculous to be talking about a receiver at this stage in the proceedings. Caecilius asked me to appear for him against Satyrus. Now, scarcely a day passes that Satyrus does not call at my house. The chief object of his attention is L. Domitius, but I am next in his regard. He has been of great service both to myself and to my brother Quintus in our elections. I was very much embarrassed by my intimacy with Satyrus as well as with that of Domitius, on whom the success of my election depends more than on anyone else. I pointed out these facts to Caecilius. At the same time I assured him that if the case had been one exclusively between himself and Satyrus, I would have done what he wished. As the matter actually stood, all the creditors being concerned, and that two men of the highest rank, who, without the aid of anyone specially retained by Caecilius, would have no difficulty in maintaining their common cause, it was only fair that he should have consideration both for my private friendship and my present situation. He seemed to take this somewhat less courteously than I could have wished, or than is usual among gentlemen, and from that time forth he has entirely withdrawn from the intimacy with me which was only a few days standing. Pray forgive me, and believe that I was prevented by nothing but natural kindness from assailing the reputation of a friend in so vital a point at a time of such very great distress, considering that he had shewn me every sort of kindness and attention. But if you incline to the harsher view of my conduct, take it that the interests of my canvass prevented me. Yet, even granting that to be so, I think you should pardon me, "since not for sacred beast or ox-hide shield." You see, in fact, the position I am in, and how necessary I regard it, not only to retain, but even to acquire all possible sources of popularity. I hope I have justified myself in your eyes. I am at any rate anxious to have done so. The Hermathena you sent I am delighted with. It has been placed with such charming effect that the whole gymnasium seems arranged specially for it. I am exceedingly obliged to you. End of To Atticus at Athens by Marcus Tullius Cicero. Reading by Bologna Times.
To the Royal Academy of Farting by Benjamin Franklin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gentlemen, I have perused your late mathematical prize question, proposed in lieu of one in natural philosophy, for the ensuing year, viz. Une figure quelconque donnée, on demande d'y inscrire le plus grand nombre de fois possible une autre figure plus petite quelconque, qui est aussi donnée. I was glad to find by these following words: L'Académie a jugé sur cette découverte, en entente les bornes de nos conventions, ne sera pas sans utilité. That you esteem utility an essential point in your enquiries, which has not always been the case with all academies. And I would conclude, therefore, that you have given this question instead of a philosophical, or, as the learned express it, a physical one, because you could not at the time think of a physical one that promised greater utility. Permit me then humbly to propose one of that sort for your consideration, and through you, if you approve it, for the serious inquiry of learned physicians, chemists, and etc. of this enlightened age. It is universally well known that in digesting our common food there is created or produced in the bowels of human creatures a great quantity of wind. That the permitting this air to escape and mix with the atmosphere is usually offensive to the company from the fetid smell that accompanies it. That all well-bred people, therefore, to avoid giving such offense, forcibly restrain the efforts of nature to discharge that wind. That so retained, contrary to nature, It not only gives frequently great present pain, but occasions future diseases, such as habitual colics, ruptures, tympanies, etc., often destructive of the constitution, and sometimes of life itself. Were it not for the odiously offensive smell accompanying such escapes, polite people would probably be under no more restraint in discharging such wind in company than they are in spitting or in blowing their noses. My prize question, therefore, should be, to discover some drug, wholesome and not disagreeable, to be mixed with our common food or sauces, that shall render the natural discharges of wind from our bodies not only inoffensive, but agreeable as perfumes. That this is not a chimerical project, and altogether impossible, may appear from these considerations: that we already have some knowledge of means capable of varying that smell. He that dines on stale flesh, especially with much addition of onions, shall be able to afford a stink that no company can tolerate, while he that has lived for some time on vegetables only shall have that breath so pure as to be insensible to the most delicate noses. And if he can manage so as to avoid the report, he may anywhere give vent to his griefs unnoticed. But as there are many to whom an entire vegetable diet would be inconvenient, and as a little quicklime thrown into a jakes will correct the amazing quantity of fetid air arising from the vast mass of putrid matter contained in such places, and render it rather pleasing to the smell, who knows but that a little powder of lime, or some other equivalent, taken in our food, or perhaps a glass of lime water drank at dinner, may have the same effect on the air produced in and issuing from our bowels? This is worth the experiment. Certain it is also that we have the power of changing by slight means the smell of another discharge, that of our water. A few stems of asparagus eaten shall give our urine a disagreeable odor, and a pill of turpentine, no bigger than a pea, shall bestow on it the pleasing smell of violets. And why should it be thought more impossible in nature to find means of making a perfume of our wind than of our water? For the encouragement of this inquiry, from the immortal honor to be reasonably expected by the inventor, let it be considered of how small importance to mankind, or to how small a part of mankind, have been useful those discoveries in science that have heretofore made philosophers famous. Are there 20 men in Europe at this day the happier, or even the easier, for any knowledge they have picked out of Aristotle? What comfort can the vortices of Descartes give to a man who has whirlwinds in his bowels? The knowledge of Newton's mutual attraction of the particles of matter, can it afford ease to him who is racked by their mutual repulsion and the cruel distensions it occasions? The pleasure arising to a few philosophers from seeing, a few times in their life, the threads of light untwisted and separated by the Newtonian prism into 7 colors, can it be compared with the ease and comfort every man living might feel 7 times a day by discharging freely the wind from his bowels, especially if it be converted into a perfume? For the pleasures of one sense being little inferior to those of another, instead of pleasing the sight, he might delight the smell of those about him, and make numbers happy, which to a benevolent mind must afford infinite satisfaction. The generous soul, who now endeavors to find out whether the friends he entertains like best claret or burgundy, champagne or Madeira, would then inquire also whether they chose musk or lily, rose or bergamot, and provide accordingly. And surely such a liberty of expressing one's sentiments, and pleasing one another, is of infinitely more importance to human happiness than that liberty of the press, or of abusing one another, which the English are so ready to fight and die for. In short, this invention, if completed, would be, as Bacon expresses it, bringing philosophy home to men's business and bosoms. I cannot but conclude that in comparison therewith, for universal and continual utility, the science of the philosophers above mentioned, even with the addition, gentlemen, of your figure quelconque, and the figures inscribed in it, are, altogether, scarcely worth a farthing. End of To the Royal Academy of Farting by Benjamin Franklin. Read by Rick Rodstrom.
When a Man Comes to Himself by Woodrow Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When a Man Comes to Himself by Woodrow Wilson, Doctor of Philosophy, Doctor of Letters, Doctor of Laws, President of the United States, 1901. 1. It is a very wholesome and regenerating change which a man undergoes when he comes to himself. It is not only after periods of recklessness or infatuation, when he has played the spendthrift or the fool, that a man comes to himself. He comes to himself after experiences of which he alone may be aware, when he has left off being wholly preoccupied with his own powers and interests, and with every petty plan that centers in himself, when he has cleared his eyes to see the world as it is, and his own true place and function in it. It is a process of disillusionment. The scales have fallen away. He sees himself soberly, and knows under what conditions his powers must act, as well as what his powers are. He has got rid of earlier prepossessions about the world of men and affairs, both those which were too favorable and those which were too unfavorable, both those of the nursery and those of a young man's reading. He has learned his own paces, or at any rate is in a fair way to learn them, has found his footing and the true nature of the going he must look for in the world, over what sorts of roads he must expect to make his running, and at what expenditure of effort, whither his goal lies, and what cheer he may expect by the way. It is a process of disillusionment, but it disheartens no soundly made man. It brings him into a light which guides instead of deceiving him, a light which does not make the way look cold to any man whose eyes are fit for use in the open, but which shines wholesomely rather upon the obvious path, like the honest rays of the frank sun, and makes traveling both safe and cheerful. 2. There is no fixed time in a man's life at which he comes to himself, and some men never come to themselves at all. It is a change reserved for the thoroughly sane and healthy, and for those who can detach themselves from tasks and drudgery long and often enough to get, at any rate once and again, a view of the proportions of life and of the stage and plot of its action. We speak often with amusement, sometimes with distaste and uneasiness, of men who have no sense of humor, who take themselves too seriously, who are intense, self-absorbed, overconfident in matters of opinion, or else go plumed with conceit, proud of what we cannot tell what, enjoying, appreciating, thinking of nothing so much as themselves. These are men who have not suffered that wholesome change. They have not come to themselves. If they be serious men and real forces in the world, we may conclude that they have been too much and too long absorbed, that their tasks and responsibilities long ago rose about them like a flood, and have kept them swimming with sturdy stroke the years through, their eyes level with the troubled surface, no horizon in sight, no passing fleets, no comrades but those who struggled in the flood, like themselves. If they be frivolous, light-headed men without purpose or achievement, we may conjecture, if we do not know, that they were born so, or spoiled by fortune, or befuddled by self-indulgence. It is of no great matter what we think of them. It is enough to know that there are some laws which govern a man's awakening to know himself, and the right part to play. A man is the part he plays among his fellows. He is not isolated. He cannot be. His life is made up of the relations he bears to others, is made or marred by those relations, guided by them, judged by them, expressed in them. There is nothing else upon which he can spend his spirit, nothing else that we can see. It is by these he gets his spiritual growth. It is by these we see his character revealed, his purpose and his gifts. Some play with a certain natural passion, an unstudied directness, without grace, without modulation, with no study of the masters or consciousness of the pervading spirit of the plot. Others give all their thought to their costume, and think only of the audience. A few act as those who have mastered the secrets of a serious art, with deliberate subordination of themselves to the great end and motive of the play, spending themselves like good servants, indulging no willfulness, obtruding no eccentricity, lending heart and tone and gesture to the perfect progress of the action. These have found themselves, and have all the ease of a perfect adjustment. Adjustment is exactly what a man gains when he comes to himself. Some men gain it late, some early, some get it all at once, as if by one distinct act of deliberate accommodation. Others get it by degrees and quite imperceptibly. No doubt to most men it comes by slow processes of experience, at each stage of life a little. A college man feels the first shock of it at graduation, when the boy's life has been lived out and the man's life suddenly begins. He has measured himself with boys. He knows their code and feels the spur of their ideals of achievement. But what the world expects of him he has yet to find out. And it works, when he has discovered, a veritable revolution in his ways both of thought and of action. He finds a new sort of fitness demanding of him, executive, thoroughgoing, careful of details, full of drudgery and obedience to orders. Everybody is ahead of him. Just now he was a senior, at the top of the world he knows and reigned in, a finished product and pattern of good form. Of a sudden he is a novice again, as green in his first school year, studying a thing that seems to have no rules, at sea amid crosswinds, and a bit seasick withal. Presently, if he be made of stuff that will shake into shape and fitness, he settles to his task and is comfortable. He has come to himself, understands what capacity is and what it is meant for, sees that his training was not for ornament or personal gratification, but to teach him how to use himself and develop faculties worth using. Henceforth there is a zest in action, and he loves to see his strokes tell. The same thing happens to the lad come from the farm into the city, a big and novel field, where crowds rush and jostle, and a rustic boy must stand puzzled for a little how to use his placid and unjaded strength. It happens, too, though in a deeper and more subtle way, to the man who marries for love, if the love be true and fit for foul weather. Mr. Bagehot used to say that a bachelor was an amateur at life, and wit and wisdom are married in the jest. A man who lives only for himself has not begun to live, has yet to learn his use, and his real pleasure, too, in the world. It is not necessary he should marry to find himself out, but it is necessary he should love. Men have come to themselves serving their mothers with an unselfish devotion, or their sisters, or a cause for whose sake they forsook ease and left off thinking of themselves. It is unselfish action, growing slowly into the high habit of devotion, and at last, it may be, into a sort of consecration, that teaches a man the wide meaning of his life, and makes him a steady professional in living, if the motive be not necessity, but love. Necessity may make a mere drudge of a man, and no mere drudge ever made a professional of himself. That demands a higher spirit, and a finer incentive than his. 3. Surely a man has come to himself only when he has found the best that is in him, and has satisfied his heart with the highest achievement he is fit for. It is only then that he knows of what he is capable and what his heart demands. And assuredly no thoughtful man ever came to the end of his life and had time and a little space of calm from which to look back upon it. who did not know and acknowledge that it was what he had done, unselfishly and for others, and nothing else, that satisfied him in the retrospect, and made him feel that he had played the man. That alone seems to him the real measure of himself, the real standard of his manhood. And so men grow by having responsibility laid upon them, the burden of other people's business. Their powers are put out at interest, and they get usury in kind. They are like men multiplied, each counts manifold. Men who live with an eye only upon what is their own are dwarfed beside them, seem fractions, while they are integers. The trustworthiness of men trusted seems often to grow with the trust. It is for this reason that men are in love with power and greatness. It affords them so pleasurable an expansion of faculty, so large a run of their minds, an exercise of spirit so various and refreshing. They have the freedom of so wide a tract of the world affairs. And if they use power only for their own ends, if there be no unselfish service in it, if its object be only their personal aggrandizement, their love to see other men tools in their hands, they go out of the world small, disquieted, beggared, no enlargement of soul vouchsafed them, no usury of satisfaction. They have added nothing to themselves. Mental and physical powers alike grow by use, as everyone knows, but labor for oneself is like exercise in a gymnasium. No healthy man can remain satisfied with it, or regard it as anything but a preparation for tasks in the open, amid the affairs of the world, not sport, but business, where there is no orderly apparatus, and every man must devise the means by which he is to make the most of himself. To make the most of himself means the multiplication of his activities, and he must turn away from himself for that. He looks about him, studies the facts of business or of affairs, catches some intimation of their larger objects, is guided by the intimation, and presently finds himself part of the motive force of communities or of nations. It makes no difference how small a part, how insignificant, how unnoticed. When his powers begin to play outward, and he loves the task at hand, not because it gains him a livelihood, but because it makes him a life, he has come to himself. Necessity is no mother to enthusiasm. Necessity carries a whip. Its method is compulsion, not love. It has no thought to make itself attractive, and is content to drive. Enthusiasm comes with the revelation of true and satisfying objects of devotion, and it is enthusiasm that sets the powers free. It is a sort of enlightenment. It shines straight upon ideals, and for those who see it, the race and struggle are henceforth toward these. An instance will point the meaning. One of the most distinguished and most justly honored of our great philanthropists spent the major part of his life absolutely absorbed in the making of money. So it seems to those who did not know him. In fact, he had very early passed the stage at which he looked upon his business as a means of support or of material comfort. Business had become for him an intellectual pursuit, a study in enterprise and increment. The field of commerce lay before him like a chessboard. The moves interested him like the maneuvers of a game. More money was more power, a great advantage in the game, the means of shaping men and events and markets to his own ends and uses. It was his will that set fleets afloat and determined the havens they were bound for. It was his foresight that brought goods to market at the right time. It was his suggestion that made the industry of unthinking men efficacious. His sagacity saw itself justified at home not only, but at the ends of the earth. And as the money poured in, his government and mastery increased, and his mind was even more satisfied. It is so that men make little kingdoms for themselves, and an international power undarkened by diplomacy, undirected by parliaments. 4. It is a mistake to suppose that the great captains of industry, the great organizers and directors of manufacture and commerce and monetary exchange, are engrossed in a vulgar pursuit of wealth. Too often they suffer the vulgarity of wealth to display itself in the idleness and ostentation of their wives and children, who devote themselves, it may be, to expense, regardless of pleasure. But we ought not to misunderstand even that, or condemn it unjustly. The masters of industry are often too busy with their own sober and momentous calling to have time or spare thought even to govern their own households. A king may be too faithful a statesman to be a watchful father. These men are not fascinated by the glitter of gold. The appetite for power has got hold upon them. They are in love with the exercise of their faculties upon a great scale. They are organizing and overseeing a great part of the life of the world. No wonder they are captivated. Business is more interesting than pleasure, as Mr. Bagehot said, and when once the mind has caught its zest, there is no disengaging it. The world has reason to be grateful for the fact. It was this fascination that had got hold upon the faculties of the man whom the world was afterward to know, not as prince among merchants, for the world forgets merchant princes, but as a prince among benefactors, for beneficence breeds gratitude, gratitude, admiration, admiration, fame, and the world remembers its benefactors. Business, and business alone, interested him, or seemed to him worthwhile. The first time he was asked to subscribe money for a benevolent object, he declined. Why should he subscribe? What affair would he set forward? What increase of efficiency would the money buy? What return would it bring in? Was good money to be simply given away, like water poured on a barren soil, to be sucked up and yielding nothing? It was not until men who understood benevolence on its sensible, systematic, practical, and really helpful side explained it to him as an investment that his mind took hold of it and turned to it for satisfaction. He began to see that education was a thing of infinite usury, that money devoted to it would yield a singular increase to which there was no calculable end, an increase in perpetuity, increase of knowledge, and therefore of intelligence and efficiency, touching generation after generation with new impulses, adding to the sum total of the world's fitness for affairs, an invisible but intensely real spiritual usury beyond reckoning, because compounded in an unknown ratio from age to age. Henceforward, beneficence was as interesting to him as business, was indeed a sort of sublimated business in which money moved new forces in a commerce which no man could bind or limit. He had come to himself, to the full realization of his powers, the true and clear perception of what it was his mind demanded for its satisfaction. His faculties were consciously stretched to their right measure, were at last exercised at their best. He felt the keen zest, not of success merely, but also of honor, and was raised to a sort of majesty among his fellow men, who attended him in death like a dead sovereign. He had died dwarfed had he not broken the bonds of mere money-getting, would never have known himself had he not learned how to spend it, and ambition itself could not have shown him a straighter road to fame. This is the positive side of a man's discovery of the ways in which his faculties are to be made to fit into the world's affairs, and released for effort in a way that will bring real satisfaction. There is a negative side also. Men come to themselves by discovering their limitations no less than by discovering their deeper endowments and the mastery that will make them happy. It is the discovery of what they cannot do, and ought not to attempt, that transforms reformers into statesmen, and great should be the joy of the world over every reformer who comes to himself. The spectacle is not rare, the method is not hidden. The practicability of every reform is determined absolutely and always by the circumstances of the case, and only those who put themselves into the midst of affairs, either by action or by observation, can know what those circumstances are, or perceive what they signify. No statesman dreams of doing whatever he pleases. He knows that it does not follow that because a point of morals or a policy is obvious to him, it will be obvious to the nation, or even to his friends, And it is the strength of a democratic policy that there are so many minds to be consulted and brought to agreement, and that nothing can be wisely done for which the thought, and a good deal more than the thought, of the country, its sentiments, and its purpose have not been prepared. Social reform is a matter of cooperation, and if it be of a novel kind, requires an infinite deal of converting to bring the efficient majority to believe in it and support it. Without their agreement and support, it is impossible. 5. It is this that the more imaginative and impatient reformers find out when they come to themselves, if that calming change ever comes to them. Oftentimes the most immediate and drastic means of bringing them to themselves is to elect them to legislative or executive office. That will reduce over-sanguine persons to their simplest terms. Not because they find their fellow legislators or officials incapable of high purpose, or indifferent to the betterment of the communities which they represent. Only cynics hold that to be the chief reason why we approach the millennium so slowly, and cynics are usually very ill-informed persons. Nor is it because under our modern democratic arrangements we so subdivide power and balance parts in government that no one man can tell for much or turn affairs to his will. One of the most instructive studies a politician could undertake would be a study of the infinite limitations laid upon the power of the Russian Tsar, notwithstanding the despotic theory of the Russian Constitution. Limitations of social habit, of official prejudice, of race jealousies, of religious predilections, of administrative machinery even, and the inconvenience of being himself only one man caught amidst a rush of duties and responsibilities which never halt or pause. He can do only what can be done with the Russian people. He cannot change them at will. He is himself of their own stuff and immersed in the life which forms them, so it forms him. He is simply the leader of the Russians. An English or American statesman is better off. He leads a thinking nation, not a race of peasants topped by a class of revolutionists and a caste of nobles and officials. He can explain new things to men able to understand, persuade men willing and accustomed to make independent and intelligent choices of their own. An English statesman has an even better opportunity to lead than an American statesman, because in England executive power and legislative initiative are both entrusted to the same grand committee, the ministry of the day. The ministers both propose what shall be law and determine how it shall be enforced when enacted. And yet English reformers, like American, have found office a veritable cold water bath over their ardor for change. Many a man who has made his place in affairs as the spokesman of those who see abuses and demand their reformation has passed from denunciation to calm and moderate advice when he got into Parliament, and has turned veritable conservative when made a minister of the Crown. Mr. Bright was the notable example. Slow and careful men had looked upon him as little better than a revolutionist as long as his voice rang free and imperious from the platforms of public meetings. They greatly feared the influence he should exercise in Parliament, and would have deemed the Constitution itself unsafe could they have foreseen that he would some day be invited to take office and a hand of direction in affairs. But it turned out that there was nothing to fear. Mr. Bright lived to see almost every reform he had urged accepted and embodied in legislation, but he assisted at the process of their realization with greater and greater temperateness and wise deliberation as his part in affairs became more and more prominent and responsible, and was the last as little like an agitator as any man that served the Queen. It is not that such men lose courage when they find themselves charged with the actual directions of the affairs concerning which they had held and uttered such strong, unhesitating, drastic opinions. They have only learned discretion. For the first time they see in its entirety what it was that they were attempting. They are at last at close quarters with the world. Men of every interest and variety crowd about them. New impressions throng them. In the midst of affairs, the former special objects of their zeal fall into new environments. A better and truer perspective seem no longer susceptible to separate and radical change. The real nature of the complex stuff of life they were seeking to work in is revealed to them, its intricate and delicate fiber, and the subtle, secret interrelationship of its parts, and they work circumspectly lest they should mar more than they mend. Moral enthusiasm is not, uninstructed and of itself, a suitable guide to practicable and lasting reformation. And if the reform sought to be the reformation of others as well as of himself, the reformer should look to it that he knows the true relation of his will to the wills of those he would change and guide. When he has discovered that relation, he has come to himself, has discovered his real use and planning part in the general world of men, has come to the full command and satisfying employment of his faculties. Otherwise he is doomed to live forever in a fool's paradise, and can be said to have come to himself only on the supposition that he is a fool. 6. Every man, if I may adopt and paraphrase a passage from Dr. South, every man hath an absolute and a relative capacity, an absolute in that he hath been endued with such a nature and such parts and faculties, and a relative in that he is a part of the universal community of men, and so stands in such a relation to the whole. When we say that a man has come to himself, it is not of his absolute capacity that we are thinking, but of his relative. He has begun to realize that he is part of a whole, and to know what part, suitable for what service and achievement. It was once fashionable, and that not a very long time ago, to speak of political society with a certain distaste, as a necessary evil, an irritating but inevitable restriction upon the natural sovereignty and entire self-government of the individual. That was a dream of the egotist. It was a theory in which men were seen to strut in the proud consciousness of their several and absolute capacities. It would be as instructive as it would be difficult to count the errors it has bred in political thinking. As a matter of fact, men have never dreamed of wishing to do without the trammels of organized society, for the very good reason that those trammels are in reality but no trammels at all, but indispensable aids and spurs to the attainment of the highest and most enjoyable things man is capable of. Political society, the life of men in states, is an abiding natural relationship. It is neither a mere convenience nor a mere necessity. It is not a mere voluntary association, not a mere corporation. It is nothing deliberate or artificial, devised for a special purpose. It is in real truth the eternal and natural expression and embodiment of a form of life higher than that of the individual. That common life of mutual helpfulness, stimulation, and contest which gives leave and opportunity to the individual life, makes it possible, makes it full and complete. It is in such a scene that man looks about to discover his own place and force. In the midst of men organized, infinitely cross-related, bound by ties of interest, hope, affection, subject to authorities, to opinion, to passion, to visions and desires which no man can reckon, he casts eagerly about to find where he may enter in with the rest and be a man among his fellows. In making his place he finds, if he seeks intelligently and with eyes that see, more than ease of spirit and scope for his mind. He finds himself, as if mists had cleared away about him, and he knows at last his neighborhood among men and tasks. What every man seeks is satisfaction. He deceives himself so long as he imagines it to lie in self-indulgence, so long as he deems himself the center and object of effort. His mind is spent in vain upon itself. Not in action itself, not in pleasure, shall it find its desires satisfied, but in consciousness of right, of powers greatly and nobly spent. It comes to know itself in the motives which satisfy it, in the zest and power of rectitude. Christianity has liberated the world, not as a system of ethics, not as a philosophy of altruism, but by its revelation of the power of pure and unselfish love. Its vital principle is not its code, but its motive. Love, clear-sighted, loyal, personal, is its breath and immortality. Christ came, not to save himself, assuredly, but to save the world. His motive, his example are every man's key to his own gifts and happiness. The ethical code he taught may no doubt be matched, here a piece and there a piece, out of other religions, other teachings and philosophies. Every thoughtful man born with a conscience must know a code of right and of pity to which he ought to conform. But without the motive of Christianity, without love, he may be the purest altruist, and yet be as sad and as unsatisfied as Marcus Aurelius. Christianity gave us, in the fullness of time, the perfect image of right living, the secret of social and of individual well-being, for the two are not separable, and the man who receives and verifies that secret in his own living has discovered not only the best and only way to serve the world, but also the one happy way to satisfy himself. Then indeed has he come to himself. Henceforth he knows what his powers mean, what spiritual air they breathe, what ardors of service clear them of lethargy, relieve them of all sense of effort, and put them at their best. After this fretfulness passes away, experience mellows and strengthens and makes more fit, and old age brings not senility, not satiety, not regret, but higher hope and serene maturity. The end. End of When a Man Comes to Himself by Woodrow Wilson. Read by Craig Campbell in Appleton, Wisconsin in 2009.